to the Fly Nubian Queen YouTube channel, everybody. I am Dr. Alicia, and today I have a very special episode for you guys, and I'm so thrilled to share it with you. We're joined by a sex therapist today. Niquan Lewis is her name. Say hello, Niquan.
Hey y'all.
She's a sex therapist, and together we are going to debunk some of the pervasive myths about male sexuality. Now, before y'all start with me talking about bringing only women on here, female therapists to talk about male issues, I do, by the way, open up my platform for any male therapist who would love to come on and give their perspective. But today we have a female perspective, and I noticed she works with a lot of men in her office and in her practice. And so we're going to love to hear the wisdom that she is bringing us today. So it is an honor to have you here so that we can explore some of these topics in an open and honest conversation.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me.
Yes. And before we dive in, I just want to extend a warm invitation to everybody watching. I'd like for you guys to text the word love, LOVE, to 87948. And when you do that, you will receive information on nurturing healthy love and healthy relationships. So, and it will come directly onto your phone. So, anyway, thank you for being here. And now I think that we should get started. So, Miss Naquan. And there is a pervasive myth that we often hear, and it is that all men want is sex, and they always want it. That it's having sex is what goes through a man's mind every 7 seconds. Um, could you share your insights on the reality behind this stereotype and how it affects men?
Absolutely. I want to just briefly highlight on what you just said, which was we're two women, right? So we are two women that are bringing our clinical expertise to the conversation, right? However, lived experience, which of course we cannot have because we're not men, but lived experience is important, but we are bringing our clinical expertise. So as clinicians, we are the expert on the process, right? But men and, the client in general is the expert on themselves. So I just like to, put that out there. Now, common myth, right? I get this so much in my practice when I am working with couples, heterosexual couples, and men in general, with them struggling with, this is all people think that I want from them. So oftentimes it starts with attachment. Research shows that women express their attachment oftentimes through relationship, whereas a lot of men, there's never going to be a one size fit all. We don't overgeneralize in our profession. So it's important to understand that I'm not talking about all men. I'm talking about, some men express their attachment through sex. And so oftentimes, well, think about it. From a society lens, our men, especially our Black men, are programmed to, not express emotion, right? Not do a lot of things that are qualified as feminine, right? So where they get their needs met oftentimes is through sex. And so that is what they're communicating through attempting to physical touch, attempting to, interact sexually. However, think about intention versus impact. Their intention very well may be to connect, right? To have or engage in some form of intimacy. The impact of that based off of how they are communicating that may be negatively reinforcing this myth that all they want is sex, but that may not be their intention. They may be trying to connect. They don't have the language though, because again, how we've been socialized.
So sometimes what I'm hearing you say is that sometimes men, just like everybody else, would love to have connection. And when they feel a lack of connection in them, they have been so-called programmed to be driven solely by this sexual desire. And it seems like that's a very narrow way that a lot of men have, I think, socialized to express this connection. And sometimes their interest in intercourse can fluctuate. In reality, it really can fluctuate just based on how they feel, if they're under a whole lot of stress. And, it just like all of us is driven by all these sort of external things too. But it's such a narrow view. And I'm wondering too, if men who don't feel in this stereotypical way and still want to connect other ways, do they feel like in some way they feel inadequate?
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, very, very possible. And so to clarify also, men have been socialized to communicate physically. And if we think of like sports and, just like violence and things like that, they've been socialized to communicate that way. However, it doesn't mean that, men don't want to connect. They don't want to be intimate. They don't want to be soft, right? However, again, because of the stereotypes of these things as it relates to men, they don't oftentimes have the language. So
okay.
yeah, it's the language piece that I assist men that I work with communicating exactly what it is that they want, because their habits, their actions may be communicating one thing, right? But their intentions, what they intend to communicate, could be night and day. It could intend to communicate, I want my person, right? I want to connect with you specifically. But if all I'm bringing to the table is physical touch and sexual physical touch, at that, my partner is hearing something very different.
Yeah, and it's funny because a lot of the and I want to go on to the next question, but I think it's so interesting. A lot of women respond so heavily to this. They're like, he's all over me, like all he wants is this one thing from me, but can't there be something else this man could want from me? And it's like having that conversation between couples where they can say, I'm more than just this physical thing for you. I can connect with you in a whole different ways. I'm hearing women kind of complain in that way to say, I do want connection with my man, and it doesn't necessarily have to be sexual. And it's this miscommunication between the two of them. And it's good that you work with men on this communication, but do you ever include women in this too? Do you ever work with couples where you're like saying, hey, what is it that the both of you need, and how do you talk about those things?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's a daily thing for me, because it comes down to language. It comes down to communication, right? And again, so many couples don't have the language to build that bridge of compromise where this is what I want and this is what I want, right? Again, what is my intention, and then what am I communicating? And so helping them to see that there is oftentimes a difference, and also helping women to see that. So for men who, work in, depending on what field they're in, if they're in a lot of stressful fields and things like that, when they come to their partner, right, they're wanting softness, they're wanting a soft place to land, right? However they may communicate it sexually, but again, it's the intention.
Very
Yes.
insightful. I really appreciate that. I think that even like another topic that really seems to be taboo too is the issue that a lot of men have, a lot of pressure that men have of getting in the mood but not achieving an erection. I cannot believe I'm talking about this, but I think we need to talk about it. Can you talk about how common this is and why it shouldn't be a source of shame in relationships?
So here's the thing, especially in society, there's belief, straight up nonsense, that if a man does not get an erection, it's absolute dysfunction. That's not what erectile dysfunction is. You have erectile dysfunction, but you also have erectile dissatisfaction. And there is variation with sex in general, right? There's stressors, there's depression, there's diet, there's medication, right? There's so many different things that contributes or impacts erections, right? The quality of the relationship, the quality of the connection. Because all men, you don't, the again, myth, men are just about sex. They don't care about the connection, and that's not true for everyone. And so erectile disappointment simply means the times when someone wants that erection and they feel like they should have it, but they don't get it. And then that brings about the disappointment, which oftentimes comes with shame, blame, guilt, right? Just a lot of judgment, even. And so erectile disappointment, just that's exactly what it means.
Mm-hmm.
Erectile dysfunction is more of reoccurring issues, right? Your relationship is healthy. You're not on any kind of medications that may impact it. Your testosterone levels are good. Everything is good, but you cannot maintain erection on a consistent basis. That's when we're talking about more of the dysfunction. But for, the average person who doesn't have an erection here for various reasons, that does not always equate to dysfunction. I mean, to, erectile dysfunction. There is a difference. And even men don't have the language for that, and they feel bad about themselves. And then if their partner berates them, they feel even worse, right? They feel like they should have this erection. And now that gets into performance-based sex, and that's our next topic. But I'd love to hear what you think about that.
Yeah, I mean, so much of men's masculinity is tied to their ability to please their partner. And and not having an erection can cause uh, some sort of anxiety that's brought into the bedroom, because it's like you're thinking, am I not good enough? Does he not find me attractive enough? Is it technique is not working? You internalize so much of that. Both partners can internalize so much shame, like what's wrong with me? And I think what you're saying is that we need to reduce this sort of stigma and encourage men to, number one, seek medical attention, because it could really be a medical issue, and to seek support, and for the partner not to shame them and make them feel bad about it. And, to just know that there could still be genuine love between the two of them and genuine desire, but just because that particular area is not performing well.
In that moment, right? In
Yeah,
that
yeah.
moment. So I'm encouraging everyone to do their best to not internalize that a lack of erection, just as well as a lack of lubrication
Yeah.
for, women, right? To not internalize these to mean that something is wrong with you or something is wrong with your relationship. There's several layers that impact sexual health. And it doesn't have to, we automatically go to dysfunction, right? And doesn't have to be dysfunction. It could be very much situational. And so we want to slow it down. And also we have to expand our definition of sex. Sex is not only penetration, and it doesn't have to stop because someone doesn't gain an erection in that moment, because it doesn't mean it's not coming, right? But again, what's on my mind? If I'm so much into my head and so much focus on pleasing my partner, or really making my partner have an orgasm, then I'm not experiencing the pleasure. And of course, we're talking about blood flow here, right? So if I'm in my head, blood flow is not going to get to the penis where it needs to, and it's going to impact the sexual experience. So expanding our definition of what sex means is essential, because the penis has, the head of the penis has so many nerve endings. However, there's so many erogenous zones on the body for men and women. And if we're only focusing on penetration, you are missing out.
Thank you so much. Hey, everybody, people who just joined us. We are talking about myths about male sexuality. Yes, we're two women talking about it before y'all start. But we're experts in this area, and I have sex expert Naquan Lewis here, and she is talking to us about what she sees generally in her office and the work that she does with couples and males in particular. And we're debunking myths today. There's so many myths about male sexuality, everybody, and particular about Black male sexuality, because we know it is a stereotype that men have to be hypersexual. Men, that to be a man, you have to always put your manhood up, and you always have to show and prove who and what you are through sexual activity. And that's how you maintain your masculinity. And we're here to say that is a myth. We're here to say it's not just this one narrow way to assert yourself in this way to be a man, that manhood encompasses so many different things. It's not just performance. And if there's a performance issue going on, it could be a very honest medical problem, or you need to see a professional, maybe a medical doctor, to help you sort of realize, is it stress? Is it lifestyle? Is it health issues? Is it certain medications that you're taking? All of that can impact this, but it doesn't mean that there's a lack of desire and there's a lack of masculinity or your worth. Your worth is not in your private parts.
That's right.
Men and women, please know this.
That's right.
So anyway, I had to put that out there and welcome everybody here to this conversation. And it's very strange for me to talk openly about sexuality. So I love the fact that you're coming on here talking about all this stuff that that normally is unusual to talk about. And by the way, I went to school at Indiana University in Bloomington with the Kinsey report, and I did take.
Yes.
It's so funny. I took human sexuality. The last semester of my senior year, I took the human sexuality course because, like, why wouldn't I? It was just an elective. And the teacher, oh my God, it was so uncomfortable. But we were all spread out in this big lecture hall, and he made us all sit in the first two rows. So we were sitting like shoulder to shoulder. And I was like looking at the videos, like, oh my God. I remember like taking notes. We were all so embarrassed. I think the teacher just cracked up. But anyway, it was a way for us to just like demystify some of these things about something that everybody, it's so normal to everybody. I don't know what goes on with you as I talk about some of this.
It's common. It's common in our profession. I want to normalize that. That is something that I do also in my other leg of my practice. Is I teach clinicians the importance of assessing sexual health, because what you just said, Dr. Alicia, a lot of people are uncomfortable with it. So just as clients coming in my virtual door are uncomfortable at times and need assistance with, gaining that language, I assist clinicians as well. Because again, in our society, it's been stigmatized. It's judgment, it's shame, right? And so I assist people with removing that shame and reauthoring their stories with sex.
Okay. Very good. Okay, so moving on, there's a lot of talk about performance-based sex versus pleasure-based sex. Could you explain the difference and why the latter might be healthier?
So a lot of men specifically engage in performance-based sex. And what that is they are trying to obtain a goal. And the goal is to make their partner orgasm. And so what that means is, again, they are in their head. They're focusing on, the person's pleasure, which there's nothing wrong with focusing on their pleasure, but they're not necessarily even focusing on the pleasure. They're focusing on the orgasm, with a misunderstanding that pleasure is about the experience, right? It is about the experience, the man's pleasure and his partner's pleasure, right? It's not just about the pleasure, the orgasm. Orgasm is one type of pleasure, but there are, like I said, when I talked about expanding people's definition of sex, right? You have your fingers, you have your mouth, you have toys, you have other ways to, bring about pleasure. But performance-based sex is focusing on the act and the orgasm or the finished result versus enjoying the journey.
Yeah.
And you're missing out. I'm gonna keep telling you, you're missing out if you are focusing on the orgasm and not the journey itself.
Not the journey itself. It's so interesting because in the media and particularly pornography, that's all about performance. Like there's really no real, I mean, I don't know if y'all seen pornography, but there really, I've seen it. And it really is, it's just performance-based sex is what you see on TV, or in the media or even in pornography. That's all you seem to see. And it's about doing it right and fulfilling this perceived role I find that's happening between couples. And I think what you're saying is that pleasure-based sex, it shifts the focus to connection. And really that can lead to more satisfying experiences in relationships. And it fosters mutual respect between two people who are just having a lovely experience with each other. And I think that's a profound distinction. What do you say?
100%. It not only does it impacts and increases connection, intimacy, respect, right? Couples that focus or experience more pleasure-based sex report more relationship satisfaction, right? So also it's a decrease. So sex is a stress reliever. However, if I'm having performance-based sex and I'm all in my head, which means that anxiety is increased, stress is not being relieved in that moment. It's actually being increased. So there's several reasons to have and to focus on pleasure-based sex, and understand that if you lose your erection during, which it happens, and I'm going to say that it might happen to everybody at some point in time. That doesn't mean to stop and focus on the erection. That means to keep going and, again, pick up pleasure. Find ways to pleasure your partner. Find ways that you like to experience pleasure and communicate that. Again, so that's what I'm doing when I work with couples. How do we talk about this? How do we identify what we enjoy, what we desire, and how do we communicate that effectively to a partner? So what brings you pleasure?
Yeah, I like what you're saying because all interactions, listen, we are so stressed out with our day-to-day jobs, dealing with the outside world. I love that you said men like to come home and have a nice, comfortable place to lay their head. And I really like that because in my mind, it's like the interaction between people in a committed relationship should be stress reducing, not stress increasing, and just having stress reducing conversations. And I talked to a lot of couples about that, how the two of you can have a conversation about your day that reduces the stress. And you got a friend and a companion that's going to have your back no matter what. But in the bedroom, it should also be stress reducing. It should be just based on having fun, having fun in a way that is very respectful. And I just like that you extended the stress reducing attitude all the way across, interactions between two people in a committed relationship. And even not in, just even, they don't have to be married. It doesn't have to be a scenario of marriage, but just any time that you just copulate, I guess I want to say, with another person, it shouldn't be so stressful and scary and frightening and shameful and just all of those things that for a lot of us being introduced to sex has been so negative. And for Black people, we've been so sexualized, hypersexualized, women and men, hypersexualized in this stereotypical way that we bring some of that shame and some of that discomfort into our relationships.
Big time.
Oh,
absolutely. And so we have to work through those stereotypes and those stories, and again, reauthor our relationships with sex, because otherwise, not only does it impact you, it impacts if you have children, it impacts how you educate them or don't, right? It continues. We're talking about generational dysfunction here, right? So it just continues to impact us. It prevents us from experiencing, the pleasure that we could. It impacts how we raise our children, how we engage with others. And so because of men specifically have been programmed in this way with sex. One of the ways that I assist them with expanding their vocabulary about it is, one, to identify their intention. If they're, because again, what's the myth? All men want is sex. If they really want connection, right? How do we communicate that? And also understand that communication does need to happen throughout the day. Now, folks is busy. Ain't nobody got time to just be, texting and stuff all day, right?
Mm-hmm.
But however, you do want to make an attempt to connect to your partner, and you also want to prioritize non-sexual touch just as well as sexual touch.
Yeah.
You may be surprised. I have a lot of couples that, and I ask them, how many times have you, hugged today?
Yes.
And they have not hugged at all.
Mm.
Right. And so then when the man comes and now he wants sex, and now so the woman is like, well, we haven't connected at all, but really he's asking for connection. But because as women, again, our attachment is more relational,
Mm-hmm.
we feel like, okay, now you are objectifying me, right? Versus connecting. So it's the miscommunication. Men want connection. A lot of men. I don't like to overgeneralize. A lot of men want connection. A lot of men want to feel desired.
Yeah.
To feel loved.
Mm-hmm.
It's the communication piece that oftentimes may be missing.
Yeah, I mean, as you're talking, I just know that like even men want to be treated like actual people. They don't want to be, and I always say this because my husband and I, we do this Love and Money, and we talk about that with relationships, and I'm like, women, hey, stop. Men are not an ATM machine. They're not somebody that you can just like cha-ching, just take money from and it be so transactional. It's just like, where's the emotion there? Men want to have that connection. They just don't feel like their one job is to bring home money. And you don't want to be so narrow. And I don't understand why so many people get into this where they just feel like that's all men are good for, that's it. And all of the messages received. I'm even thinking about some of the messages my mom used to tell me. All men want from you is one thing. Like that's what she used to tell me when I started dating. She's like, be careful out there because men, they only want one thing. Well, yeah, but now that when you talk to men and get to know them, I don't know, maybe they were telling me what I wanted to hear, but it seemed like they really were interested in me to some extent, not just that one thing. Maybe it was an extension of our connection with each other, but I've spoken to many men who are just like, you know what, I think she thought I was trying to come on to her, but I really was not. And I've talked to other men to be like, she came on too strong. I felt pressured to want to do something that I didn't want to do. And I think we need to start, as Black people, we need to start seeing each other as a full human being with full set of feelings and reactions and emotions and human beings, not just little puppets and transactional relationships. I think we need to get out of that and start getting into a place where we can just feel a little more transparent, a little more open with each other, and just give each other all of the different ways of intimacy. Sexual intimacy is just one of many different ways to be intimate with another person, and even financial intimacy. All of these things go with a relationship, all of them equally important.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You hit the
Oh
nail
my
on the head.
gosh. I really love that you came on here and sharing your insights with us. Before we end, I just want to say hello to everybody joining us. We are talking about myths of, we are two experts who have been doing this work for a long time and trained. So, in terms of our expertise, we're talking about male sexuality and myths. And of course, if you got topics or questions for us, you can let us know. Maybe we'll come back on and answer your questions because I'm certain there's a lot of questions to be asked. But before we go into wrapping up, I'd like for you to just take a second, if you don't mind, and share with us one of your personal hobbies or interests you have outside of being a sex therapist. What do you like to do, Miss Nikwan?
Oh, I like to do a lot. I like to eat.
Like to eat? Okay.
Yes. No, I don't like to cook. I like to eat. I don't like to cook, but I like to eat. I love to travel. I have some trips coming up. I've last year traveled so much, but that's probably one of my biggest things is I love to travel.
I mean, I think that is so, I think as therapists and just as human beings, traveling is so embedded into eating and exploring. And it's just this innate curiosity that we have as lifelong learners. We are all lifelong learners. It's all this curiosity. And I love to eat and travel too. I like to cook too, but eating and traveling is so great because it makes my professional career so much more richer because I
Yeah.
get to see, and of course we can never turn off our therapist hat, everybody. It's like I'm going to the airport tomorrow and I'm sure I'm going to be like analyzing families at the airport, be like, the little sister don't like the big brother. I can see something going on there. Like you can't turn it off, but it's so great to just being worldly and seeing how we're all part of this universe and how universal some of our problems are. Some of the issues that we have is specifically to Black people, of course, and the stereotypes that we've talked about today. But a lot of times when you travel around, you see the universality of problems and people. And it's a very humbling experience, going and traveling and meeting people. And it just breaks down a lot of barriers. So I like that you shared your little personal experience. And so anyway, before we move on, and you can, have some parting thoughts, I just want to thank you for coming on here and talking about and enlightening us about understanding male sexuality. And you've provided us a much needed counter narrative to some of these stereotypes, not only about Black men, but men in general. And I think some of the things that you've said today in terms of stereotypes have really constrained men's experiences and expressions of sexuality. So your expertise is really, really very welcomed and I think invaluable. So I truly appreciate you joining us today. Parting thoughts before we end, and let everybody know also how to get in contact with you.
Absolutely. Everybody can find me on socials at Intimate Connections PLLC. And if you are in Texas and you would like some support, my website, intimateconnectionspllc.com. So parting thoughts for my men. If you focus more on communicating your intention, that oftentimes lands way better and you get the result that you likely are looking for. If your partner knows that my goal is to connect, right? My goal is to be close to you versus, you just grabbing a boob or there's nothing wrong with physical touch. And let's be clear, there's nothing wrong with sex. There's nothing wrong with everybody being sexual beings. That is a natural part of life. That is why I do what I do. I believe that sex is a part of holistic wellness. And so there's nothing wrong with that. But making sure that you're communicating your intentions is important. Making sure that we prioritize non-sexual touch as well as other types of intimacy is important. Ladies, or not just ladies, but just partners in general, understanding that nobody is a robot. There's going to be variations in the bedroom, and that needs to be honored, respected, and be mindful of that. Be mindful of that. Nobody's a robot. There's going to be times when, person with a vagina may, need extra lubrication because everybody should be using lubrication. We're probably have to talk about women and sexuality next.
You talk about women.
Yeah. But there may be times where, men may need some assistance as well with their erection, but expand your viewpoint on sex. And no, sex is what you make of it. Don't limit it. Step outside. Nice. And what I'm talking about is creating a sex life that is perfect for you and your partner.
Wonderful. And viewers, everybody, this has been illuminating, don't y'all think? I hope it encourages all of you all to rethink and engage more openly in these conversations about male sexuality, free from misconceptions and myths. And anyway, to our viewers, everybody out there, I just want to thank you for joining us and being part of this important conversation. Remember, I think it's so important for understanding and empathy. I think that's what we're talking about. Understanding, empathy. These are key components of a healthy relationship. And don't forget, you can text the word love, LOVE, to, let me look, 87948. And you will get more insights on fostering healthy relationships and intimacy. And what we didn't get to say is, how can people get a hold of you, Nikwan, if they want to? Where can they find you?
Find me on socials at Intimate Connections PLLC. I also have resources for anyone needing to expand their communication as it relates to, sexual intimacy and healthy relationships.
Oh, excellent. And you guys know where to find me. I'm Dr. Alicia with coachingwithdralicia.com or on Instagram at coachingwithdralicia. Those are the best two ways to get a hold of me and follow everything that I'm doing. But so goodbye now for everybody. Thank you for joining us. Keep this conversation going. Hit the like and share with your partner. If your partner's not here watching, or if your potential mate, or if you know somebody who's in a relationship, share this video with them. Hit the like button, please. And remember, openness and understanding. Those are the pathways to healthier relationship. And we want to have like a good Black society. We want to have a society that's healthy relationships. We need to get over this, right? So stay connected to us here on Fly Nubian Queen. And for more enlightening conversations, I'm bringing Nikwan back on here. We're going to talk about other stuff, other taboo topics we're going to talk about. I'm glad that you're here so that we can talk about some of these things that many of us are very uncomfortable talking about. So thank you so much. Goodbye, everybody.
2024 is the year of Ricos, honey.
2024 is a year that all that is happened in the dark will come back to light.
And that's on Cat Williams.
And I was like, oh my God. Okay, so let's focus. All right, Dr. Charm. So her husband got 34 counts like Trump. Were there any signs, or are there any signs for women to look out that may indicate that, okay, this man is only with me for some kind of financial gain or clout? Because that's what they discussed in the video. Are there any red flags that you can point to, or things to pay attention to when that happens?
Well, first I want to say shout out to everybody in the chat, because I see the chat starting to light up a little bit. One thing is that, we need to do, Lord, I'm going back to your girl on Who the F Did I Marry? She was like, I need proof of funds. Okay. I mean, if you're going to lay down with somebody, people get STD tests. Okay. I see nothing wrong with, if you are in an exclusive relationship with somebody, or you guys are deciding to commit to one another, of asking for proof of income, proof of assets, proof of funds, credit scores, those kind of things. Because the biggest thing to me is, when Shirley, all this time, Shirley had a small, modest home in California. And this is off of Chronicles Speaks, because I would follow her religiously on YouTube. She's like,
I love Chronicles.
She's great. So Shirley had a modest home in California for like 20 something years. She had no credit issues, no evictions. She gets with Ernest, and they are getting these big homes in Atlanta and are getting evicted and moving out of these homes. I think they had like 2 evictions when she got with him. Like, that's a red flag at that point, and then the fact that this man had a criminal record. Now, shout out to our ex-felons. I'm not discriminating, saying that you can't change your life. But if you see somebody has a criminal conviction, a felony conviction, you need to see how long ago was it. Okay, because for a job, usually they'll give you, you won't have any problems getting a job if it's over 10 years old. So if it's over 10 years old, you still need to know, what is it? Nonviolent? Is it violent? Did it involve financial crimes? These are things you look at. So did she know that Ernest had this criminal record, or he had an old felony going into this marriage? So these are some of the things you need to look at, ladies and gentlemen, because they got the girls are scamming people too.
And this is an interesting thing because you had mentioned background checks before, and apparently he was still married to someone else when he got married to her. So I'm gonna put it to you, Erica. Have you ever experienced any kind of financial deception in relationship? And if not, or if so, please share if you feel free, and also any tips you can give us in regard to that as well.
See, that last relationship, I learned a lot. That last relationship is a book, baby. I thank God for him because he introduced me to my wealth with his shenanigans. I thank him for that.
So is that last relationship in Faith in Transition? Is Faith in Transition talk about that last relationship, that book?
Well, I have a book following up to that, but yeah, he is the reason why I am click. Yeah. I will give you some backstory. I am not embarrassed about this. I had known his sister for years. When I was a personal trainer, she was one of my clients and she introduced us. And I will never forget, she asked me one day after class, she said, "Are you single yet?" And I remember thinking, I never told her I was in a relationship, but I was in a relationship and had just kind of ended things with whoever I was with and was looking to date, was open to date, and just kind of, and she introduced us. And he was really good. He was good looking, very good looking, charming. And we went out and, things moved speedily because, I was very clear about what I was looking for. And he met those things. He met them. In the process of us dating, about 8 months into it, I ended up starting to work on ships as a cruise director, taking a sabbatical. And he had a business he was developing, had branding and marketing. And he was traveling as my travel companion to focus on his business. Now, it didn't cost me any money. And that's the key. I'm going to stop right there. It didn't cost me any money. The one thing that I never did was co-mingle funds. I never cross-branded my money. I'm not on your accounts. You're not on my accounts. We didn't even have an our account. I'm going to leave it there, give Dr. Charm some time to come in. But I do not believe in co-mingling money. Once money starts getting funky, you can't get out of anything. You can move, you can relocate, but you are still tied to each other financially. And that is something as an adult woman I don't believe in.
Thank you for sharing those insights. And listen, if this is not the plug for the Faith in Transition book, I don't know what is, because I now want to read just to see what went down. If you are joining us, you are watching Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your income. You are joining me today with our lovely co-queens, Dr. Charm and Erica Lewis, while we discuss all things financial fraud and love. I also want to ask a question to the chats, okay? For those of you who are watching this live, or if you're watching the replay, please comment. How do you vet your potential partners, and what is your process for that? We are here Monday through Friday, 1 p.m. Eastern, and you can also receive and sign up for our text at Queens to 87948. Today, we are giving you access to the book Financial Lovemaking by Dr. Boyce Watkins to help you learn how to merge assets with your partner in a way that feels good to you. So please text Queens, that is Queens with an S, to 87948 so you can get this lovely book and avoid the mistakes about the people we're talking about today. Now, as a CPA and as a women's wealth coach, I actually have a training on this, about an introductory training about wealth and how women acquire it, but also the things that women need to consider. In that training, I do touch upon financial deception, because 45% of couples experience financial deception in their relationship. So that's almost half. So that is very high. And by financial deception, yes, we can talk about Ernest, like Shirley's husband, to the level of a big scam like this. But financial deception can also mean hiding money, can also mean one partner has a gambling situation and they leverage the house, and the next thing you know, you wake up and you have an eviction notice on your front door. It could be, you know, I have a side piece that I funnel money to or pay bills that you don't know about. So it's very interesting that you say that, Erica, about, I think that one thing that helped you in that situation you discussed was that you did not commingle money in that way. There are different ways couples choose to commingle their money. The other thing I want to discuss is 5 financial red flags. Since we are discussing this, I want to give everyone 5 financial red flags to look for in their relationships. This is provided by Experian, who does credit. So they have seen a whole bunch of financial fraud, I am sure. So these are 5 financial red flags to look for. 1, unwillingness to discuss money. So if you are dating someone and their unwillingness to have a conversation with you around money, that's a financial red flag. Uncontrolled credit card debt. Now, you may not know this right away because you're just meeting, but should you ask for a credit report or credit score, that will also give you some insight around that. The refusal to disclose credit scores is another one. Hiding financial accounts and gambling and risky behavior. So, Dr. Charm, I'm going to pivot to you. Have you ever been in a relationship where it was difficult to discuss money and finances?
I mean, I think as I've matured, I've begun to discuss finances. Like I never did, you know, in my 20s and 30s. It was just more like discussing careers and professions. But as I've gotten older, you know, I'm asking what credit scores are and in debt, asking about credit card debt, because those things are important. Because when you get married to somebody, if you make it to the marriage state, then, you know, a lot of times those debts are going to be assumed with the into the marriage. And even if they aren't legally assumed, you're still you're still having joint finances. Now, whether you have joint accounts, you know, piggybacking off of Erica, that's different. But still, you all are in the same household. You have bills, and if somebody's got student loans or a lot of credit card debt, so that, you know, where a percentage of their income is going towards that, that affects the other partner. So I think it's important that we talk about these things. Like I said, people should be getting STD tests and things. And so you should be getting financial, just like you're getting sexual health tests, you should get financial health tests and ask these type of questions.
You know, one of the things I'd like to chime in here, we asked the question of what are the red flags that people need to see? And one of the things that I always like to do is to take it back to accountability. You know, in my situation, I went and I did some self-assessing, like, how did I get caught in this mess? You know, I jumped into something too quick after I had broken up with someone. You have to do your own internal audit with yourself and determine, are you even ready to date? Because if you're not healed, if you're not moving in the direction of being able to focus, you're not going to even notice red flags. If you aren't healed from the last relationship, if you're not feeling confident about yourself, if there's still areas of yourself that you're working on and you're feeling a little gray in between, you know, not quite black and white, but gray over here, gray over there about yourself, you're not in a good position to start making decisions about a partner. So I think before anyone starts dating, before they can even recognize that there are red flags, you have to do an internal audit and say, am I in a good space to date?
And I can tell you right now, a lot of people do not do that. A lot of people do not do audit to see if they're in a good space to date. What I will say is this, and I want to pose this question to the chat as well. How soon should you conduct a background check? Because when I was doing my dating stint earlier on, I used to do checks immediately, because some things you can look up online. I can look up if you own your house. Like I can look up do a property search. You can do certain things just based off a phone number or address or a plate. So I used to do that early on, but then I was like, okay, it's a waste to run all these background checks, because if the relationship is not progressing to a certain point, like what is the point as well? You can also find a lot through social media. I remember I was dating this one guy and he said he had one daughter, and I didn't even look this up. My friend found him on Facebook and he had like 4 kids. Like in the picture. So it was, and then he said he was divorced. So I asked him for a divorce decree and he could not give me one. So yes, exactly. So I want you guys to sign up in the chat, and then also you ladies, what kind of financial documents should couples share before marriage or look at before the relationship gets further? I'll start with you, Dr. Charm.
I mean, like I said, I think we should be sharing social security numbers and running those through a background check. That's checking criminal. We're checking marriage history. The thing with Shirley Strawberry, the marriages should show up in the national check, but they might not always show up. And so the way I think when Chronicle Speaks went and looked that marriage up, that lady happened to write into her and wrote it into her show and said, hey, I'm married to him. And so then based on that, then she went and found the county that they were married in and then looked up the registry. But sometimes it might not show up in the computer system unless you know where they live. But I think one thing you can do, ladies, is, get him to tell you where the places that he lived. And like I said, men too, because, women be scamming too. Find out where they lived and then go look it up. Because I had a guy, we had started going out and he told me that he had never been married. Then he told me where he lived. Now, I didn't even pay to do a background check. I just did a Google search based on the county that he lived in and found out that he had had a marriage annulled after 6 months. And it was due to, they had some domestic violence going on. And that he had 3 DUIs. So when I saw that, like, skirt, no, thank you. So, sometimes just doing a little cursory Google search. The way I look at it is, if you're interested in them, if you have an interest level, do a Google search, do a social media search. Now, when y'all start to be exclusive and you all decide to be exclusive, go ahead and pay that $19.95, because I say give you peace of mind, because I'm not going to end up chopped up in the freezer in body parts.
Ooh, listen, no Jeffrey Dahmer situation. How about you, Erica? What kind of did you share any financial information or documents with that previous relationship with that person or no?
We were together 3 years. He never saw a dime. He didn't know who I banked with. I don't play that. That's my money. And he traveled with me when I was on board. And we did a domestic partnership because in order to travel internationally, international and domestic on ships, because of maritime law, there had to be some kind of connection, not just a friend on board, because he would travel with me extensively. So we did the domestic partnership paperwork, which was perfectly fine. It was notarized. And when I got rid of him, I just notarized that it was over. But no, he never had access to my paycheck. He never had access to my checking account. He never had access to my credit card bills. I knew he banked with Bank of America, but I had several accounts with different banks. And he didn't know that because my banking statements went to a P.O. box, not to my house address where I lived. So that's just something that I came up on with my mama. Shout out to my mama, the Reverend Valerie Lewis. Reverend Val taught me, you hold on to some things, and everybody in a relationship is entitled to some level of privacy. And because we had not, made vows, we had not decided on, taking things to the next step beyond this domestic partnership, because, with him being on ships with me, this was to further his business and his dream. And when I saw he wasn't doing the things necessary to make that happen, I started scaling back, because I knew that I could get this little piece of paper that was notarized, unnotarized, and notarize something else to dissolve this.
Thank you for sharing that. I think that there are ways that women can protect themselves financially, and I'm going to discuss that a little further. And men too, because, like Dr. Charm said, women are scammers too. We live in Scamerica, honey. It seems like every day I wake up is a new scam that comes along. So, I will discuss different ways that people should consider when it comes to financially protecting themselves, whether it's dating or in a marriage, just all around. But we want to actually go into some facts about Shirley's marriage. So Shirley Strawberry married Ernesto Williams in 2013. He is also called, or goes after the name Ernest, which he was definitely not in this situation. Williams listed his career as a thriving entrepreneur as owner of Ernesto Cuts, a men's grooming salon. Edith Williams married Ernesto in 1985, according to their marriage certificate, and says they were never divorced. Woo! Listen, remember we were discussing the video where the girl said she just wanted a wedding day, but she didn't want the paperwork. She didn't want the wedding day. She didn't want the paperwork. Listen,
I remember.
Sometimes when you just focus on, I just want the big day. I just find it, like you said, Dr. Charm, when it was Risa Tisa, and she said, she just felt like maybe it was just her turn. That's why I say, ladies, do not let your desires blind you so much that you get into these situations. But those were some very interesting statistics. Now, before I go in, I would like for you guys, I'll start with you, Erica. You said a lot last time, but what are the ways that people can protect themselves financially?
Well, number one, I think when you first meet someone, and whether you've done your vetting or your criminal background checks or basic background checks, you can learn a lot about a person's financial status by watch how they spend versus what they make and what they do for a living. If you're meeting someone and they're in between, but they have this lavish lifestyle, that's going to tell you something. So you're in between your finances. You live with your cousin, but you got a $800 car payment, but you don't have your own address. And there's a lot of that happening. So that tells you a lot. If they go out a lot, if they're not, managing their money, if they're not, if they're just ready to just spend, that tells you a lot about the individual. But I always say protect yourself, because if you're not micromanaging your own finances, you're not going to be able to see red flags on how somebody else is spending. Any relationship that you have with anyone, I don't care if it's platonic, business, romantic, if you don't have that whole relationship with yourself, you can't monitor what someone else is doing. You're not able to see red flags. So I would say have all of your ducks in a row before, because if you're going to do a business merger, if you're going to merge with me on business, you're going to make sure you have all your things in order. And the more in order you are, you're going to look at me and go, well, wait, she don't have her stuff in order, because you can see all the time that you put into what you're doing. And then you immediately look at my stuff and go like, she ain't got nothing together. So when you've invested so much time in yourself, I go back to self. I believe in accountability. When you spend so much time investing in yourself, so much time getting your ducks in a row, you will be able to immediately pick up on something and say, this is not right. But I wholeheartedly say, watch that spending, look at what they're driving, look at the shoes, look at the clothes, and then talk about their careers. Conversation will tell you a lot. So talk about money. Are they investing? Are they saving? Ask them to give you ideas on how to save and invest, especially those that boast and brag about how much money they make. I'd like to learn from you. Can you share with me some of the tools and things that you've done to make investments? That's something I'm curious to know about. And then once they start talking, you can tell what they know and don't know and judge from there.
Thank you for that, Erica. I think that is very enlightening. I will now pivot to you. So there's people, the chat is going a little crazy. Nelson E. Robertson Jr. says, hiding money from a spouse is crazy. All men don't want a woman's money. And Drastic OM, ladies, I think that a man that hides his kids is foul, but however, men that are raised proper and they do have things going on for themselves were trained not to tell women about how much money they make. So, Dr. Charm, I know that you're dating, so let's pivot back to that. Do you find that men who actually have, like Drastic said, men who actually have things going on for themselves do not tell a woman how much money they make and are more reserved with their financial status than men who don't?
Well, I would be concerned if somebody's telling me like right off the bat how much money they make. But I mean, if a man is what they call high value, or he has businesses and things. There are other ways that you'll be able to tell, that they have things going on. They may talk about some of the, I got to go on business. I'm doing a business deal. I'm doing X, Y, and Z. And then as far as, the back to the scammers and stuff, you also got to look at where you are. Cause see, she met him out here in the ATL, baby. And I'm a new transplant to the ATL, but I have heard some stories about these scammers here in the ATL, because it's legendary that you have to really, people like to, we used to say back in the day, style and profile and flaws, but then don't have no substance behind it. So you got to look at where you are. You got to look at the garden, the atmosphere, the ecosphere, all that where you at. But I think, if somebody say, oh, I make so and so and so and so and so, and if they talking a lot, they, all that rah-rah, you got to that might raise a flag, because they say money talks, but wealth whispers.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I found that men who actually have it are more reserved, or they look regular. You don't even know that. You don't even know.
You always look at the shoes, though. The shoes, it might be a nice watch here and there, but they're probably not going to be as flashy as the next person. Because what they say, what is it? Warren Buffett lived in like a little patio home for years, and this man's built a Honda.
Right.
Yeah. So
I wonder if Atlanta is like the capital of Scamerica. Atlanta might be one of those places. I used to live in Atlanta. Atlanta might be one of those places that's like the capital of Scamerica.
I lived in Atlanta for 4 months.
Lagos on the other hemisphere. They the capital over there in Nigeria. So let me stop.
Okay, so I want to go in quickly about ways that people can financially protect themselves, whether it's in dating, whether it's in marriage. So first thing you want to do, I don't believe in running a background check super right away, because your dating process alone should filter out a bunch of people. Like 90%, the dating statistics show 90% of people that you meet, you won't even get past a third date with. So that's the statistic on that. So save your coins, save your little $20 per background check until you reach the point where you might actually be exclusive with this person. Now, when it comes to finances, I do believe that finances should not be commingled up until marriage. So when it comes to bank accounts and things like that, I don't believe that they should be commingled up until you guys are married and you guys decide what is your financial profile and arrangement. Some people prefer to have separate bank accounts completely. Some people prefer to have a joint account for the joint bills and then have separate accounts. Some people like to throw it all in one pot. You guys have to decide that what works best for you and your financial agreements in that way. Now, as far as assets is concerned, if you have a business, those assets will protect you in some cases, but then I would suggest consult a lawyer around whether or not you need to put that in a trust or estate planning purposes, like what kind of protections you have. This also goes not just from a financial standpoint, but from a legal standpoint. And then now you go into state. Some states, certain things are community property. There are no fault divorce states. Some states that whatever the appreciation of the assets or the business during the course of the marriage is considered. So it gets very nuanced. So if you ain't got nothing, or you might have something in the future, it might be worth a little investment to get that consultation. And I think I always say to people, do the premarital counseling, because those are questions that are going to those financial questions. If you have been avoiding that in the relationship, it will definitely come up in the premarital counseling. So I would, and I've done premarital counseling before, so those questions are definitely brought up. So I think that is my first recommendation. Second thing is to determine, do you have any assets that you want to protect, or should an event of divorce would have some kind of consideration? I think in dating and relationships, a lot of people avoid what I will call the negotiation part of relationships because it can be very unpleasant. However, you want to go into things being on the same page. Now, if you have trinkets, important documents, money somewhere, you can always open up a safety deposit box at a bank and stash that over there. You can also have accounts in multiple different places and stash that over there. You might want to consult like a tax attorney or a tax CPA to discuss those options. But most people, I would say, are not on the financial level for that to even matter. But a question, we're going to reset first, and then I'll ask the question for you guys. Should women have emergency fund situations for situations like this? But before we get into that topic, hi, we are Flying Nubian Money, and we are your co-queens today. My name is Athena. We have Erica Lewis, Faith in Transition, and Dr. Charm, honey. And we are discussing not letting love cost you, because love theoretically shouldn't cost a thing. Okay, and today's topic, we are also giving you guys a lovely freebie called Financial Love Making, written by Dr. Boyce Watkins. It can help you figure out how to merge your assets in a partner in ways that feel good. So if you are triggered today by our discussion, you want to text the word Queens to 87948 so you get that book, so you can have a good framework to how to figure out how to move financially in your dating and marriage process. So I'm going to pivot to you, Erica. Should women have an emergency fund for situations like this? And also in your relationship, when you departed, was it easy for you to depart because you didn't commingle the money and you had your own financial security so you can just up and leave? Because I know a lot of women stay because of lack of financial security.
You know, I had actually sold my house, and we were living in sin. I was shacking. That was my fault. That was I took bad girl. I was shacking. And what took me so long to leave, once I just woke up one day and I was just like, I wasn't happy. It took me so long to leave because of my things. I had my furniture, my this, my that. And it was things that I had accumulated over years. You know, I had a house. And I woke up one day and I realized my value is not in these things. I can either sit here among my things and be devalued, or get out of here, walk away from all this stuff and repurchase it and maintain my value. And that is what I decided to do. It hurt like heck to walk away from 20 years of stuff that I'd had in a house. However, I'm so free and happy, I don't know what to do with myself. Yes, but because we did not have money overlapping, yeah, I was able to make some moves he knew nothing about. I was able to move money left to right, up and down. He knew nothing about. He didn't know I was leaving until I moved out on September 1st. He found out August 30th I was moving.
So the things that were left in the house, were there, because sometimes there can be issues when you're living together, because a lot of people are cohabitating and they don't know the rental legal house laws. Like if you move up into your house and
girl,
you do something.
Let me tell you how good God is. I don't know if you heard about it, but this is Hurricane Ida happened in New Jersey. I'm in New Jersey. Hurricane Ida happened, and I was moving out the next day, and the whole few cities just flooded. And when I went to go get my last bags that I'd left in the closet, the apartment had flooded. So everything that he got to keep, he had to throw out. Can we just give God a wave and a praise?
Oh my God. That is some divine justice.
I mean, you know, that's between him and God. I ain't got nothing to do with that. But nothing to do with that. But I will say,
was he resistant for you to get your things, though? Was that the issue?
Yep. And he, you know, he said that I want this, I want that. I said, you know, that's not a problem. You, sir, you can have it. I just took my clothes, all the artifacts and everything that I purchased when I worked on the ship and had been everywhere from Papua New Guinea to Australia and Brazil, all those things. He felt like those things were his. Sir, not a problem. You don't get me. And when Yeah,
don't like
I didn't like it either. I was
I
upset.
don't like when, oh, I don't like a petty man like that.
I don't like a petty man. I don't like a petty man, and that's a whole nother. That's a whole nother story. That's a whole other story. But I was able to walk away because my thing is this: when you start putting value, that's your test. Am I going to put the value in those things, or am I going to value me? Because if I had stayed, what would I even be sitting here today? When somebody you don't know. I was never abused. I was never hit. I was never accosted, but I didn't like the way you were talking to me. I didn't like the way you said that. I didn't like the way. So sometimes a person will talk to you a certain way to see how closer they can get to doing other things. And you know what? I believe in hard stops, and I did a hard stop, and it was time to go. And I said, if this is my sacrifice, what I have to do is walk away from this stuff. That's what I did. And he didn't have it long.
Wow. Listen, I might have to buy Faith in Transition today. Dr. Charm, our medical expert here on the panel. I'm going to pivot this to you because I know 45% of women experience financial stress. Right? That's another stat I put up in my training. And as a doctor, what would you think women in these situations or Shirley might be experiencing with the fallout of this relationship and her scammer husband? Do you feel that any suggestions on how women can overcome shame and emotional distress from a financially embarrassing relationship?
Okay. Well, I did want to go back to something you had said, Athena, about the third date or something, like doing the background check.
90% of people don't even reach the third date in dating.
Yeah, and they said that the average date that people have sex on is the third date. So just think about, like, we having sex on dates before we're checking to see if the person is a criminal. So okay, but and then I did want to touch real quick on the joint finances. Susie Orman and all these financial experts, they always say you should have a joint account as a couple to pay bills out of, and then have your separate account. And then based on the percentage of like who makes more, that determines the percentage of what's contributed to that joint account. So I always thought that was sound advice. Now, as far as, how can women rebound from getting scammed or being a victim of a charlatan? Therapy. I don't know how many times I can say it. And then also having a good support system, because I went through a very, very turbulent relationship about, was that 2019? So was it 6 years ago, 5, 6 years ago? And I remember one of my good girlfriends, y'all, she stayed on the phone with me for 8 hours. 8 hours. Okay. And that was towards the end of the relationship. And thank God I got out of it relatively unscathed. But 8 hours. So you got to have your support system, whether it be your friends, your family, and definitely therapy. Definitely.
It's interesting you say that, Dr. Charm, because I remember Oprah had a quote saying that, one of the reasons she loved Gail was like the therapy that she never had to pay for, basically, because their conversations and their relationship helped her through so much. Now, with what has just happened, right? Because this came up in my mind. We're going to spice it up a little bit today. Okay. I want you guys to sound off in the chat. We are living in the age of level up, manosphere, red pill, blue pill, high value, low value, great value. Okay, we're living in these times. The level up girls say this will never happen to them because they're only hypergamous. They ain't nobody. They ain't nobody broke or nobody looking the cloud for them because they're doing their climb upward.
No dusties,
no dust bunnies. Okay, no booga woogas. No financial leeches. So, Erica, I'm gonna talk to you. Does this fuel the argument of the level up queens? Okay, does this make them say, "See, this is why you cannot date these men trying to financially climb up off of you"? and you have to be hypergamous because these are the issues you run into. Do they have a point?
You know, the level up girlies, you know what? And I'm a lot older than the level up girlies. I'm like a be like level up girlies mama. And I always say, you you trying to level up on somebody, please don't ever think that they're not trying to do the same thing to you. Please don't ever think that, because what you're trying to do to them, that same energy can always be brought back around. So you have to be so careful, because people will make plans for you. Sometimes a man, you know, you got the level up girl is like, yeah, I'm a level up off of him. Yeah, she got plans for him, but he has plans for her, because you use him to level up. And then what happens when he snatches all that level up away? What are you doing? Are you meeting the friends? Are you meeting the bankers? Are you making investments? Are you learning along the way? You know, like I said, I'm huge on accountability. So yeah, you can use that man to level up to a certain place, but can you stay there once you get there?
Can you stay there once you get there? Listen. All right, Dr. Charm. I know, honey. Because I know you and me love Shira. What do you does she have a point? Does she have a point? That's why you don't. Okay, so because the other side of this is he was perpetrating that he was high value, quote unquote. So even if you're trying to be hypergamous, do you have to have an extra layer of vetting protection?
You gotta vet them. And here's the thing, though, like, and that's why I said where Shirley got caught up is because if the rumor is true that she met him through Steve, then I'm giving Steve the side eye, and that's probably why they had to go back on the radio and allegedly backtrack that she allegedly met him through Steve.
Absolutely.
Because you introducing me to a man that was trigamous, I'm making up a word. Okay, because he was beyond bigamy. He was married to 3 women at the same time. So yeah. It was a little harder because he's moving in these circles. He had the barbershop, so he had a physical proof of income. You know, he had a business, a brick and mortar business at that she could go look at. But baby, you know, I'm calling Miss Athena. I'm calling the CPA. Let me see the book, especially when by the time you get ready to get married. But I've heard women that, you know, they're asking for proof of funds, social security numbers. And, you know, think about I watched all these Downton Abbey and the Gilded Age and all that. And I remember there was a scene in the Gilded Age where the man, you know, he was interested in marrying a woman and being with her. And he went to her father and he came with what? Proof of funds. He brought his proof of funds to the meeting with her dad in the drawing room. And he said, look, see, if we would harken back to some of those old-fashioned things, I mean, everything wasn't good back in the olden days. I mean, we were enslaved. But some of those olden things are proof of funds. Talk to the family. The families know one another. Because that's another thing. With all these people moving across different cities. I mean, I've lived in 3 or 4 different states. But if people, you know, if you know the families and they're getting together, you know, it's harder to scam folks when you know all their people.
And that's another thing. When women are older, when a woman is more mature, she's in her 50s, her 60s, or her 70s, and she's grown, she necessarily doesn't feel like she needs to introduce him to friends and family, or she doesn't have to introduce to the children. No, you really do. You need to be doing more introducing than you would have in your younger years, because you, as an older woman, we are more vulnerable, to be completely honest. You can be more vulnerable. Your parent, you may not still have your parents. Your siblings have their own lives and they live across the country. And so, you know, you do have to rely on friends. You do have to rely on your children. And especially if you're an older woman that doesn't have children, it is so important that you have your friends involved in a huge aspect of what is going on in your dating life. So older women that are single, that are out here vetting and dating, please don't ever feel like you are too grown to let somebody know who you are dating and what is going on.
Yeah, because we don't want to end up on First 48, yeah.
What I will say is that scamming is across all tax brackets, because I feel like there's this image that scamming is only for broke, dusty people. Look at Kamora Lee and her husband, Tim Lesnar. He scammed money out of a fund.
Like $30 million, $50
yes.
million.
And he was another one that wasn't divorced, and he and his ex-wife went in on the not divorced thing.
Yes, because I think they had a conversation because Kimura wanted to make sure that he was divorced, because Kimura probably know a lot of these men scamming. So she was like, let me go to the source. Are you still divorced or not? And she was a part of that as well. So she tried to escape it as much as possible. And with
Kamara's got money to hire, like she got money to hire like the firms, the security firms.
But the one beauty,
or does she? Or does she?
The from what I've gleaned from what she has said, Russell's not really doing anything. So what she's living off of is like her own ventures. And one thing I do teach in actually my women's wealth training is that the women that seem to rebound are the ones who set up their own businesses or were working on their own talent. Because the other thing too is, look at Portia Williams, Portia Gubadia. She went quick. One day they woke up, oh, we together, we about to get married, we about to do all these things, and comes to find out he has all kind of immigration from.
He ain't even in the country legally. He don't even have the correct visa. I mean, and my thing is that goes back 20 years with Simon, and the government hadn't caught it.
We can't let Portia off the hook, but she went in this woman's house and picked up this bag of trash. So she's accountable for some of the things that she's taken her own self through. I mean, like, let's be honest. And and now there seems to be a huge overflow of women having to pay alimony. What is it? Mary, Jill Scott, Halle Berry is paying alimony or child support to every man she done been with, dated, slept with, and divorced. It's just ridiculous. So, I mean, just because you have it doesn't mean that you're supposed to get rid of it. Women need to have an understanding that you have to know how to guard your heart, because sometimes guarding your heart will guard your wallet.
That's what Proverbs says. But see, Portia is a little bit smarter than the average, because they did get a prenup, but now Simon is trying to challenge the prenup, saying that she just got this big deal with to go back to housewives, and he's saying, well, that happened after the marriage, and now I want the prenup to be reevaluated. And same thing with Mary J. Mary J had a prenup too, and her husband was able to challenge it. So it's like, just because you get a prenup doesn't mean that it's going to hold up. And that's supposed to be the legal protection.
There's ways to bypass a prenup. There are ways to bypass a prenup. I want to pose this question to the group, though. If you are in a situation with a man who financially scammed you, or there was some infidelity or deception of some form, should there be a law that says a woman does not have to pay alimony?
That's married by fraud. That's like a fraudulent marriage, and that could be grounds for annulment. Because what's her name, Jennifer? Was it Jennifer Lewis that got her stuff annulled, or was it Tashina? One of those that they got the marriage annulled because the man was such a scammer. And I think it was Jennifer Lewis, if I'm not mistaken.
Mm-hmm. So the thing too, back to the alimony, back to the level up girls. They say, listen, if you wasn't dating no Dusty who needed your money, you wouldn't have to pay alimony. Do the level up girls have a point in that situation as well?
Baby, honey. And here's the thing. That's true. Now, if you're not springing on any bills, it's easier. I think it's hard to get away with. But then look at Risa Tisa. Risa Tisa said part of the seduction of Legion was that she wasn't paying any of the bill. He was paying all the major bills. She said all she had to pay was, I think, her car note and a couple of little credit card bills or something. He was paying all the major bills. So you got to watch that too. You got to watch all of it.
All right. So
back to what I was talking about, that when you watch the money, watch how it's being funneled, those expensive meals. If somebody's able to finance all your bills right off the bat, that is a red flag.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. So we're going to go to final thoughts, ladies. We discussed a lot. We shared a lot. What are your final thoughts around this situation, about being scammed into love? I will start with you, Erica, first, and then also please share with the audience where they can find you.
You know, my heart goes out to Shirley Strawberry. I just think she just, was an older woman, had been single for X amount of years, had adult children, had grandchildren, and she just wanted that love for herself. And I really feel bad for her. But I think we really need to start, like I said, doing internal audits and having an understanding as to what is it that I need and what and who can complement me to what I'm bringing to the table. Because sometimes, the relationship that you want is not the relationship that you need. So you can find me on faithandtransition.com, and you can find me on all the social medias at Miss Erica Renee.
All right. Now, Dr. Charm, please let the lovely people know where they can find you and your final thoughts on our topic today.
Okay, well, I misspoke about it being Jennifer Lewis. It was Tasha Smith. So Tasha Smith, that was on Why Did I Get Married? Why Did I Get Married To? The one was fussing with her husband all the time. So she got her marriage annulled. The judge said he was such a scammer that they had to annul that thing. But look, you can also avoid some of this by going and getting you a tarot reading, seeing a good medium and spiritual advisor, which I am in that number. I got my text number up there next to my name. You can text me at 404-832-5179 for your own personal reading. And my final thoughts are, ladies, you got to be careful in these streets. You got to have your friend group tight, your therapy tight, and your background checks tight. And like I said, have your spiritual advisor tight too. Have it all circled up and shored up.
Yes, for the spiritual advisor, honey. Now, what I will say is this. If you are a woman watching this and you want to financially level up and make sure that you protect your own wealth so you do not end up like Shirley and all the other women we discussed, you can find me, Athena Gardner, and CPA at WeWealthWomen.com. I have courses, coaching, and my podcast, the We Wealth Women podcast, available on Apple, Google, and Spotify. If you are interested in getting all my information, you can hit my website on the screen. Now, if you have joined us today, thank you for sticking through us as a loyal subscriber. We appreciate you so much. Hopefully you were able to glean so many gems so love does not have to scam you, because according to Christina Milian, love shouldn't cost a thing. We are Fly Nubian Money. We help you master your mindset and maximize your income. We are here Monday through Friday, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We are also on Spotify. So if you want to listen to us on the go, honey, you can find Fly Nubian Money on Spotify and listen to your lovely queens. Before you go, make sure you text the word Queens, that's QUEENS, to 87948, so you do not miss when we are live, and to get today's free offer for Financial Lovemaking, a book written by Dr. Boyce Watkins. I'm Athena, and Erica and Dr. Charm. We are all your queens for today, and we hope to see you in the next one.
I want to address something that you just said that I think it was wonderful. Number one, I love this big idea, the big picture idea. And let me tell you what I do to kind of incorporate those big ideas into my life. I write out, it could be like 4 or 5 goals that I have for myself. It can be financial, but it can also be other areas of your life. I mean, it's making $1 million is a mindset. And to have that abundance mindset, you need to have abundance in your life in all different ways, so wealth is not just how much is in your bank account. So number one, I'll give you a technique that I do with this big idea. All of my big ideas, I record myself saying them with nice soft music in the background, and I say it over and over again and repeat. So when I go running, when I'm doing like cleaning the house or doing the dishes, I play them on my headphones over and over again. When I'm sleeping, I play them over and over again. And guess what? Sometimes things just fall right in your lap. because it's like the law of attraction. I mean, y'all know about this. I mean, it worked for Oprah Winfrey, so it's got to work for the rest of us. Ain't nothing that special about Oprah. You know, we could be in our own, whatever you believe about Oprah aside, she's successful. You know, she has abundance, and follow what she does. She gave you the plan in all of her talk shows, right? So incorporate that into your life. So that's the first thing I want to say. The second thing is that celebrate all of your successes. You know, sometimes there's always going to be some setbacks. There's always going to be things that happen to you financially and otherwise that's less than ideal. Yes, recognize those things. But also any place in your life where there's success, where you're going towards your goal, you're not at $1 million yet, but you know you're getting there. Pay attention to those things. Have gratitude and appreciation for what comes your way, for the people who come into your life that helps you along the way. We all live in our hero's journey, right? And in the hero's journey, you have helpers along the way to get you where you need to be. Acknowledge that, have that for gratitude and appreciation. So that's the second thing that I wanted to say. So the third thing I wanted to say in terms of trauma, listen, life does not guarantee that things will go your way. You're always going to have bad things happen to you. It's what you agreed to when you came here on earth to be born. Bad things will happen to you, but it doesn't have to be traumatic. The trauma happens when you don't have a nice, safe space to process that trauma, to process things that have happened to you. But as soon as you have a place where you can process and talk about your thoughts and feelings, it's not trauma. So I think that people throw the word trauma out because something happens that you don't like and they think, oh, that's traumatic. Well, it doesn't have to be, because you can have a place, you know, such as my co-host here. Any one of us can help you process all of these things that have happened to you that was less than ideal. So anyway, Lene, I hope that answers your question.
It did, and it answered it good. And when I heard your phone go ding, or somebody's phone go ding, I realized my laptop was about to die. And so I was like, you know what, let me go ahead and put it on the charger real quick before I reset, and just say thank you so much to everybody that's in the room. Thank you for joining us on today. This is Fly Nubian Money. If you like what the Queens are saying and you want to continue to watch us on a daily basis, you can text the word Queens to 87948. It says to receive your book, but I'm not sure if you're going to actually get a book today. That's Queens to 87948. That way you can be notified whenever we are going live, which is Monday through Friday. I believe it is 1 o'clock Eastern. Somebody correct me if I am wrong. But thank you so much for being here with us today. We are talking about how to make your first $1 million from scratch. All right. So I apologize if you guys hear my little show notes right here. So you might hear a little flapping of the paper in the background, but we're going to act like we don't hear that. So before I want to transition into actually the investing part of making the $1 million, because we kind of talked about the mindset, which is the most important part. And it's the first piece, the ability to say, I'm going to make $1 million. And notice I said, I'm going to make $1 million, not I want to make $1 million. I am going to make $1 million. And then be strategic in what does that look like, right? Is that you have to understand the first $10,000 that you're going to make. You have to understand that you got to make $100,000 then before you can get to $1 million. So let me ask how to make, okay. So I see a flyer on the screen. There you go. So let me ask Madonna, what was it like when you made your first $10,000? And then what was it like when you made your first $100,000? Was there a difference? Did it feel different? Was the strategy different? Was the mindset different? How did your first $10,000 feel versus your first $100,000?
Well, it is a progression. But yeah, when you hit that first 10,000, and depending on where you come from, you're like, that's the pinnacle. But then by the time you hit your first 100,000, then you have a strategy that you can follow. Now, it's a strategy that keeps growing because nothing stagnant helps you continue to grow. So you have to keep learning, training, referrals from people, working the business. So once you get there, it's a big jump from that 10,000 to that 100,000, but it's because you're continually growing. And don't ever think once you hit that point, okay, I'm there now. Okay, so I'm done. No, you're never done. You have others to teach. You have to keep yourself going. And so it's just a progression. It's never, and I'm not talking about greed. I'm not talking about greed, but it's a progression. And when you want to see yourself help more people, and helping more people brings you more money, you're enjoying what you're doing, then it's just a wheel that keeps turning.
I remember when I made my first $100,000 in a year, not 100.
Demons through life and how you can work through these things. Remember when I was mentioning to you all that undiagnosed, untreated trauma is, in my view, the greatest impediment to Black wealth, because to build economies, you need trust, and traumatized people don't. Traumatized people cannot trust very well. Traumatized people also can't even trust themselves. They don't come through for themselves as well as they could otherwise, because when you have all these extra emotions you're carrying around, this extra baggage, it really makes it difficult for you to reach your fullest potential and become the person that you're supposed to be. So this is one of the reasons why I think even with our kids, we want to work very, very hard to help them shape their identities and at an early age, so that they don't have these impediments that keep them from becoming their very best selves, right? So I personally think even things like racism, I know that racism in Kentucky, growing up as a Black kid in Kentucky, really sort of gave me a weird inferiority complex that I was constantly fighting, where I would be shadow boxing. I'd be fighting battles that didn't even exist, because I was so traumatized by this idea that I was going to be treated differently just because I was Black, and I know that even as I got older, there would be situations I would walk into where I didn't feel comfortable, or I was dealing with all these excess emotions that kind of blocked me from being able to really just do my thing and to react to things in the right way, in a measured way. It's like when I was teaching at Syracuse University, I remember dealing with white kids, and it sometimes conflicts would emerge because maybe I'd get offended by something somebody said or whatever, instead of me just dealing with the issue. Now, I think that we might have, speaking of dealing with the issue, are we back? Do we have audio?
Yes, I have audio. I figured it out.
Okay, great. All right, very awesome, very awesome. All
Okay.
right, so babe, why don't you tell them who you are, what you do? I assume most of you all know this is my wife, Dr. Alicia Watkins, and I'm going to mention this really quickly. My wife is not just a therapist. She is a therapist that trains other therapists, so she's really good at what she does. Also, she is, and I got to give props to the Black woman next to me. I hope that's okay. She is one of the few, a very small percentage of PhDs. First of all, less than 1% of the population has a PhD, and that percentage is even lower when you talk about people that look like us. But then even beyond that, a small percentage of PhDs become full professors at a university, right? So she's really rare in her field. She's one of the best around. I watch her every day in terms of the fact that she listens to therapy trainings just for fun. I've seen her read books hundreds of pages long on the subconscious mind. So she's really a great partner in terms of being able to understand what's really happening with our mindset and our money. So with me saying all that, babe, why don't you tell them who you are, what you do, and everything else? Because I have to lay it out there. I want to lay it out there because I don't want people, because there are a lot of people on the internet who sound good but don't know what the hell they're talking about. And I know you put in 20 years of work, 30 years of work into this stuff, right? So to me, I think there's a difference between somebody who has been studying something for 20 or 30 years versus somebody who just got up one morning and decided to start a podcast, and so because it really can cause you, it makes the difference between getting good information and bad information, or scientifically proven information, versus just something that came off somebody's hip. So anyway, I'll let you go ahead and take over from here. Why don't you tell them about what you do and everything else?
Yeah, my name is Dr. Alicia, and I am a social worker. I like to present myself as a social worker first because that's my background in my training, and I work as a professor in the Department of Social Work at a nice institution. So that's what I do. I do train other adults who want to change their career and become a social worker, many of them, and I also do a lot of supervision for individuals who want to get their license. So I'm a licensed therapist, And so I help sign off on other individuals who have completed their degree and they also want to become a therapist, a licensed therapist as well. So that's some of the things that I do. And I also have my own private practice, and I do a lot of work, particularly with a lot of your students' voice, but also some other people as well. So I work with families, I work with couples, I work with individuals who have these demons attached to them. I love this whole, what is it? You said financial demons
Yeah,
that you're going
financial
to talk about
demons.
today.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
So,
yeah. Go ahead,
mhm.
please. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I think I love that whole concept. And I'm not going to say demon in my practice, but I mean, that's essentially what we're doing. We're how do you get rid of demons? Like what is it, The Exorcist? I
Mhm.
should be like the priest and the exorcist to get rid of the demons inside of you. So I love
Yeah,
that. I love that whole
yeah. Well,
concept.
yeah. Well, let me lay this out. I don't think I've never seen that term financial demons used in any other setting in any textbook or anything. But but that's the goal of the Black Business School and our financial therapy department is we're not here to just simply replicate what's already been studied. We want to go deeper. We want, we're the black wealth, the black wealth surgeons, of America in the sense that, to solve a serious problem like the racial wealth gap, you really need to do that surgery. You need to do that specialist focal, very, very deep focused specialization that's going to allow you to figure out from a nuanced fashion, like what's really happening here, right? So the term financial demons is basically something, or you can call them money demons, either one, whatever you want to call them. It basically comes from any fears or anxieties or negative beliefs about money that can really undermine and sabotage your financial thinking. Now, I want you guys to give me a yes or no. Would you say that there are money demons in the Black community? Do you think that there are fears when it comes to money that plague us, anxieties, just stress that comes when it comes to money? Are there negative beliefs that hold us back? And also, the thing about these psychological barriers is that they might come from past experiences. I want you to think about the past experiences that you've had or that you've seen other people have that may affect their decisions when it comes to money. Social pressures like keeping up with the Joneses, following whatever you saw them do on BET, ingrained beliefs. Do you think that there are any money demons that relate to ingrained beliefs, maybe cultural baggage or social norms or generational curses that relate to money that keep us broke, that keep us struggling? And the thing is that here's the thing about a money demon. A money demon, it can show itself in the form of stress, poor financial decisions, or maybe even avoidance of financial responsibility, right? For example, maybe the guy who would love to get married and have children, but he doesn't because he's afraid that he cannot provide for anybody other than himself. Hey, give me a guess if you've seen that before, right? So I want to kind of dig in and and just a point of confession. I know my wife she always goes too deep into stuff like this. So I don't want you talking about me, but I'm gonna confess a financial demon I had about marriage. When I was 28, I met a nice lady who was older than me, who was financially secure, and I did not pursue the relationship because I said I'm broke. I only I only make $1,000 a month, and she was making probably $10,000 a month, and it made me feel very awkward. She had her own house and a nice car and all that, and it made me just feel like, gosh, this is not cool. And I don't think that was her at all. That was really me. Now, mind you, I'm glad I didn't marry her or date her or anything because I got to marry you. But still, like, I think little financial demons like that are things that we kind of overlook in terms of sort of seeing how our relationship with money shapes how we make decisions. So let me ask you this, babe. Based on what I said about financial demons, in your practice as a therapist, do you see a lot of money demons pop up in terms of maybe fears or anxieties or negative beliefs about money that may sabotage the thinking of the clients that you see and things like that? Or what in your experience as a therapist? I know you can talk about individual cases, and I don't want you to do that, but how often does that come up?
Well, financial demons is and other types of demons, we can take it in terms of your thoughts. That's what gets you into my office.
Mm.
It's the results. It's how it shows itself. And that's when people tend to be like, okay, I need to seek some help because I can't function every day. The stress is so overwhelming that I can't continue on with what's happening in my life. And so when it starts to become overwhelming, it's the consequences of attaching yourself to these financial demons. It's an attachment that you have to them. And it's a thought process. And the more, and it's interesting because with financial demons, the more you feed it, the bigger it gets. And you feed it in two ways. The first way you feed your financial demons is by avoiding it. Is by just saying, you need to open up your credit card bill and you need to look at what you spent last month, which is what we're going to do after the month of May. It's crazy, right? You know that you have all of these issues that you need to deal with and you're avoiding them and you're not addressing them. And so what happens is that short term, you feel a relief, but long term, it ends up getting worse. So that's how the financial demons grow. Number one, by avoiding. And the second way financial demons grow is by fixating yourself on what you don't have and comparing yourself to others and say, I don't have this, I can't do this. It's this rumination that you have in your head about what you can and cannot get, what you think that you think. It's what you think that you cannot have. And that's the second way you feed these demons. These demons actually are energy that lives off of you. It attaches itself to you and it grows based on your fears.
Okay.
It's like the movie It. You ever see the movie? I love the movie It because really it is a perfect dramatization of what happens inside of us. You have to remember, ain't no devil in terms of how I see it in my work and how I see life in general. There is nothing outside of you. There is no devil. There is no demon. The real demon is your thoughts. And if you look at the movie It is a representation of what happens inside of all of us when we start feeding this demon. And that clown, it got bigger and better. It fed into their insecurities and it grew until one point in this movie. And it's when they stop and they turn around and they face that clown and they start beating that clown up and they start attacking it. And that's when the clown shrinks down into nothing and just goes away. It's the same horror film. All the horror films that we have is nothing about how it's nothing but how something gets attached to you. But Hollywood makes it seem like these scary people are doing something to you. There's nothing outside of you that's against you, really, other than your mind. And I really do mean it in terms of racism, white supremacy, believing that the white man is all that and they got everything and they're the desirable people. That's mind control. That's them feeding us the demons of this other thing is better than we.
Wow. Okay. So, so one of the things I'm gonna lay out a theory here is one of the theories I have is that based on what you're saying and based on, movies like It and stuff like that, or maybe the movie Smile. You and I saw the movie Smile, which, Smile's a really creepy movie where basically, people, you would witness somebody like doing something crazy, like cutting their own throat with a big smile on their face, and they'd be doing this. And it was a real creepy thing. And what we realized when we saw this movie was we said, oh, this movie is really about trauma. It's about how trauma is contagious and how that causes us to, that traumatized people can traumatize other people, and it becomes almost like a virus, right? So it almost seems like with money demons, one aspect of the money demon concept is that you're really also talking about, in my opinion, these preconceived beliefs that people have that really come from these generational curses that are passed down, right? Or perhaps a money demon might be a trauma that you experience because somebody financially traumatized you. Let me give you an example. I talk about this a lot in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. When you loan money to somebody that you trust and it's your cousin and you give them your last few dollars that you had stacked up to pay the rent or the mortgage, and your cousin just, ghosts you or disappears and doesn't want to pay you back. And then every conversation becomes awkward, after that. They yell at you and cut you out when you ask for your money back. And then, so at the end, you lose your money and you lose a loved one. That's very traumatic. And I think that can become a demon, because the way I see that demon manifest is people, they transform. It's like the demon possesses you now. Right? You used to be Mr. Loving and trusting, and I want to help everybody. Then you become, this is why I don't loan money to relatives. I don't care. I don't care what's going on with you. I almost feel like that's a transformation, right? Almost like a demon possessing you. I mean, what do you think, babe?
Yeah, well, I mean, I just don't recommend people loan money to anybody, really. I think that you should, if someone is in a dire situation and they really need money, you probably should just think about what you're comfortable parting ways with. What's an amount? All of us right now should think about, okay, what amount of money can I part ways with where it's not going to make a big difference to me? And that's how you need to think about um, working with people who are close to you in terms of money. Just give them the money. Just say, enjoy yourself. I hope everything is okay, because listen, when you start you loan somebody money and you see them walk around with a new pair of shoes on, it's always going to create a dynamic. It's going to be like, okay, so this person can't give me back my money, but they can buy a new pair of shoes. Just, it's always, I recommend just try to avoid loaning somebody money anyway. But think about that. Think about how you feel when you have worked hard and you have been successful, and there's other people in your family who's not been successful. I mean, that's also a money demon as well, because there's this guilt that comes that you feel like survivor guilt, and you have made decisions and you have decided to structure your life in a way where you have success, but you don't understand that you worked really hard for it. It's not luck that got you where you are. It's, for many of us, it's hard work. And you start looking around at everybody else and you're successful and other people aren't successful. I mean, that's exactly, those thought process is also can be a financial demon as well, because you think, you know, why me? Why am I so successful and other people aren't? So that, and you see it with a lot of celebrities, and definitely you see it with a lot of, especially when you talk about athletes who grew up in the neighborhood where it was a lot of poverty, and they become successful and they bring all their friends along. Now, it's okay to deal with it that way as long as you have good boundaries there. But it's other people who need to work just as hard as you. And they also need to, you know, also show and prove that they have this, you know, this ability to be able to come up with you. So I think it's beautiful to come up, you know, bring everybody who's available and who's willing to do the work, but you still have to do the work, and there's no substitute for that.
Well, you know, it's funny, and I think this is a good opportunity for you and I to see things from different perspectives. First off, when you said use that word recommend, like I recommend people do this. One thing I always
that's just my recommendation.
One thing I always tell everybody is I don't give financial advice. I don't, because you have to have a license for that. But then also, I don't want to tell you what to do. I'd rather establish a framework for you to use to make decisions. And I want you to just make sure when it comes to taking risk, because everything's risky. Money's risky, love is risky, trusting people is risky. And where I believe that people tend to be the most upset, at least I am. I know the times I'm most upset is when I was taking a risk I didn't know I was taking a risk with. I was going into something where I didn't know what it was. It's like if you're dating and you're expecting a relationship to lead to marriage, and the other party thinks it's a one-night stand, then the problem is not so much whether or not a one-night stand is better than a long-term relationship. The problem is that there was a misunderstanding. People didn't know what they were getting into. And I bring that up because when I think about loaning money is an important part of a functioning economy. You have to loan money for an economy. If the banks all stop loaning money tomorrow, the entire U.S. economy would crash in a way that was permanently damaging for the next 40, 50 years. Like if all the banks just said, we quit, we scared, we don't want to loan money to nobody because y'all don't be paying nobody back, the economy would not function anymore. You have to have lending. Whenever you look at wealthy families, when we were talking about that segment of India where they own all the hotels, 40% of the hotels in America, they loan each other money. They do. The difference is that they have a code of conduct where they have a process that they go through. If you don't pay somebody back, you don't pay back cousin so-and-so, oh, they're going to come get you for that. You're going to have to deal with that. And so to me, when I think about loaning money, I look at it as obviously you shouldn't loan money to everybody. And then also you have to know what you're getting into, right?
Because that's not a personal loan. What you're talking, I'm referring to personal loans. What you're referring to is like business loans, and I think that's different. You should make a different.
I do agree with that. I agree with that. You're right. You're right. But
Yeah.
what I will say too, though, is here's where I'm going to definitely agree with you about loaning money. Why you should be skeptical about it. Remember this: most of us are pretty much products of our habits. Our life is a manifestation of the choices you make, the habits you have, and the way that you think. Like if I weigh 400 pounds, you can look at me and pretty much guess what my eating habits probably are, right? Most of the time, right? It doesn't make, I'm not dissing anybody, but that's just true. Or if I'm in really great shape, you can look at me and see, or if I live in a big mansion, you can see that I probably did something financially that got me in that mansion. So when you see a person, and how many of y'all, give me a yes or no, give me a yes in the chat if you can think of a relative who always has financial problems. Give me a yes if you think, I want you to think about that cousin who always is behind on the rent,
And
who's
don't
always
go up to them. Don't go up to them and say you got financial demons or money
no,
demons.
no.
Don't
I'm
say
not
that
saying
to
that. No.
people.
But let me hold. Let me finish this. Let me finish this in that. Let me finish this
Uh-huh.
analogy. Then I'm gonna hand the ball back to you, babe. I want you to give me a yes if you can think of that cousin who's always behind on the rent, who's always an inch away from being evicted, who's always got a trauma story, a scary story, who's all and doesn't even know that their role in the process. It's always somebody else's fault. It's always temporary. It's always just this one time, right? And so really, to your point about not loaning money to people, you got to understand that it was their bad financial habits and choices that got them to where they are right now. So, by definition, to some extent, at least 8 times out of 10, when you make that loan to that cousin who's always struggling financially, that is a bad loan because that person in your mind should have bad credit because you can see that they're making bad choices. So your odds of really getting your money back are probably much lower than you think. But maybe you can't see that because they sound so convincing when they tell you it's just this one time. I'm gonna pay you as soon as I get my check on Tuesday, and it's really Uncle Rerun's fault. I don't have any money. So my point is to say that that's where I agree with you. That maybe in that situation, again, it's not me telling you not to do it. It's me saying make sure you know what you're getting into. So if I know I'm loaning money to a deadbeat or who doesn't know that they're a deadbeat, I'm not going to tell them they're a deadbeat. They're already feeling pretty bad. I don't want to make them feel worse. Then I might loan that money knowing that it's a gift. So you say, hey, I need $1,000 by Tuesday. I might say, okay, here's $150. Here's my contribution because I'm not prepared to give you $1,000 or $500 or some number that's really going to set me back. And I think that's where the trauma, and you can give me your thoughts on what I just said, babe. But I think that's where the trauma kicks in is where you loan that person an amount of money you're not comfortable giving away, and you need that money back, and then they don't deliver, and then you're scared. Now you're the one who's financially unstable because you were climbing up a ladder. You reached down to pull them up, and they pulled you off the ladder. So now you're freaking out because now both of y'all in financial trouble. That's what I've seen happen many times. What do you think about that?
Yeah, that's so fascinating that okay, so I'm gonna put my I'm gonna speak from the position of the lender, of the person who has seen the heartache in another individual. They've connected to that and they've decided that they need to be the hero in somebody else's story.
Mm.
They themselves feel like they need to be the hero in someone else's story. So in that sense, the loaner, the individual with the money, is in an up position. And then they feel like I can help this person out, not really to help that person out, maybe, but also it is a feel-good moment for them. So there's a lot of individuals who use their money and their position of power, not necessarily to help that person, because sometimes you cannot help somebody by opening up your checkbook. Sometimes when you look at situations and you see somebody in these dire situations, you cannot help them by opening up your checkbook and just writing a check. If you could write a check and help people out of their misery, it would be so much easier. It depends on how you look at the situation and how you assess the situation, because sometimes other people's sort of issues is a way where you can jump in and be the hero so that you can feel good. So you really do, it's a dynamic process. You really do need to think about what is driving your behavior, that you feel like you need to save everybody. And ultimately, Nobody can save anybody. And I hate to put it that way. As a therapist, I want to say that I can help save everybody, but I really don't think I can. I know that what I can do is I can help people. I can give them the map and I can give them the compass of how to have a successful relationship, how to be healthy in their interactions with other people. But it's up to them to use all the evidence-based practice that I know, because that's what I operate on as a therapist. They can use those things. They have to, outside of the sessions, do the work. They have to decide, okay, I'm going to make a change and I'm going to face this demon, because all demons are negative thoughts. I'm going to face my negative thoughts about this situation. I'm going to look at it directly and I'm going to shrink it down, face it directly. Someone wrote in the chat, the shadow side. They're spot on, whoever that person was. I can't remember their name, but that's the shadow side of you. And when you avoid and when you fixate on things, that is when that shadow grows. But when you start thinking about not what you don't have, but what you do have, and address that, that is what grows. I don't know, should we call it a financial angel? Maybe money angels. Money angels all around you. Abundance is around you, but you have to see it in your everyday life. And you have to empathize with other people who haven't quite gotten there. So I was saying that, interrupting you, I'm sorry, to say, you don't talk to somebody and say, you got a financial demon. That's not what you do to other people. Because the point of this on Sunday morning is not to save anybody else. The point of this is to use these tools that Boyce talks about every morning, is to use these concepts and incorporate it into your own life. That's the point. You can send people the link and ask them to join, but it's up to them if they're going to click on the link, if they're going to listen to this, if they're going to incorporate all of this into their life.
Well, okay. So, by the way, I want to mention to everybody that we're talking about money demons today, and money demons are pretty much any sorts of fears, anxieties, negative beliefs about money that sabotage your financial well-being. In fact, let's do a quick poll. I want everybody to give me a yes if you can think of at least one money demon that you may have that keeps you from reaching your goal. Give me a yes if you have one fear that's really held you back. Give me a yes if you have maybe some anxieties that hold you back. Give me a yes if you have some negative beliefs about money that were passed down to you that have held you back. Maybe, like, for example, you should go to college and give $200,000 away of your money, and so you can get a job that you hate. Again, I'm not saying that this happens to most people, but this is one belief that maybe should be adjusted a little bit, not because college is bad, because I don't think it's bad, but because maybe that isn't giving us what we want. Also, I want you to give me a yes if you have some sort of psychological barrier that maybe comes from a past experience that involved money, maybe a past trauma, maybe something related to society pressures, pressures in terms of what you do with your money, how to use your money. In fact, I'm gonna lay this out, babe, and I want you to kind of take this in the direction of one limiting belief about money that plagues a lot of people. Have y'all? I don't know if y'all have ever heard me talk about this, but I brought it up a long time ago. One time on SNL, they did a segment called Black Jeopardy. And my wife is laughing because she knows how it just irked me so bad. And they had Leslie Jones, the comedian, and she was on the show called Black Jeopardy. And in Black Jeopardy, I remember they had two black people and a white guy. I think the white guy was Tom Hanks. And so if you remember, in the show Jeopardy, what they do is they ask you the question and then you give the answer. So the question was something like, they give you the answer and then you state the question. That's what I meant to say. So the answer was, your boss wants to take $50 out of your check every week for your 401k. And I think Tom Hanks was, the white guy's like, you say absolutely or whatever, right? Like you put, you want to invest. And Leslie Jones goes, and she says, you better give me my money so I can buy me some scratch offs. And that was really, it didn't make me laugh, right? I'm sure people thought it was funny because they're like, yeah, that's what black people be doing. We be spending our money on scratch offs. Yeah, well, that's why you ain't got no money in your 401k, right? Because somebody told us that makes sense. But they're kind of positioning us for a lot of long-term financial anxiety I've seen people who become millionaires off their 401k, but by maxing it out at an early age. You max that thing out at 22, 23 years old. When you hit retirement, you're very wealthy. And remember that you don't just get the benefit when you retire. You're financially secure for a good 20 or 30 years even before retirement, because you've got hundreds of thousands of dollars sitting over to the side in case you lose your job, in case you really need the money, in case you want to buy a home, in case you want to quit your job, or in case something bad happens. So let me ask you about this, babe. So what is your assessment in terms of what I just said about that Black Jeopardy thing? I feel like that's kind of a money demon, that some parts of our culture, what we call the culture, it can be a little bit anti-wealth, because you don't see a lot of wealth coming from the culture. What do you say to that?
Yeah, I mean, there was a really sad display. And I know so many people that would do that, so that's why I would chuckle a little bit when I saw it. I was like, I chuckled initially, and then I was like, oh, that's pretty sad. They just really, that hurt. I mean, to me, it just really hurt, because she is representing Black women when she's on SNL. Any Black woman on media represents subconsciously all Black women. So for her to say that, she's representing in the minds of other people, and in our minds as well, on a subconscious level, she's representing how we feel about ourselves, and a part of us that just want instant money. And a scratch off, that's exciting. I love going to the casino, that's exciting, quick money, but that's not long term. And it's sad when you think about it the second time. So your initial reaction is to giggle, but then you think about it more and you're like, dang, that hurts. It really hurts that's where we put our nest egg in, spending our money at the track. I had an uncle who would be at the track all the time, spending his money. I mean, if he had invested, he would have, before he passed away, he could have left his kids some money, some actual money. And it's sad, because that is a money demon in our culture. And it's so fascinating how money demons are really just negative thoughts and beliefs about money, and thinking that we don't have enough, and thinking that we can't do enough. And money demons is also in how we spend. You see it in how we spend. We want to have social approval and respect of others. And unfortunately, we live in a culture where you are respected if you have, and not only that if you have money, but if you spend it in this elaborate sort of way, you get this social approval and respect. And, that's the thing where that's the sad part about it. Because I mean, I know millionaires that walk around and they just have on regular t-shirt and jeans. You wouldn't even know they were millionaires, but they walking around and they're just happy with themselves. They don't feel like they need to have to flaunt it, or go to the club, or go to VIP section and spend a ridiculous amount of money on the weekend. It's just insane what people do. And that's us running a program. We're running a program that's been given to us and reinforced by SNL. Thank you, SNL, for reinforcing that in us. It's terrible.
Well, it does create kind of this weird awkwardness where, when you start doing things that are healthy, you start doing things that are smart and savvy and embrace delayed gratification over instant gratification. And it's really unfortunate when you run into somebody who is so possessed by their own money demons that they literally accuse you of not acting Black, like you acting white, and and then that happens a lot. You have people that make healthy choices, and then somebody says, oh, you think you white, or you think you better than everybody else, and I know I've gone through that. I don't know if anybody else has ever gone through that, but I've gone through that. If you
it's crazy.
Yeah. Just even when I mean, just when I just think about, like, even when I created this platform to sort of do what we do, I remember I would say this is the home for intelligent Black people. And you remember when Kwame Brown, the NBA player, was like you uppity, you think you better than everybody else. And I'm like, well, what's wrong with being intelligent? Like, would you feel better if I said this is the platform for stupid Black people? You a sellout. What are you talking about? Like, that you don't like the word intelligent? Like, that was so strange to me. And I really would say that is a self-esteem issue. If you think that being Black means you're supposed to be ignorant, then just go sign yourself up for slavery. I mean, you would do well in 1702. Massa would love you. You would do quite well on the plantation because you are under all these constant threats. There are so many people that want to control you, that want to extract things from you, they want to harm you, they want to incarcerate you. They don't even, they want your son dead. They want to own your entire family. So why would you go into a battlefield like that where threats are everywhere and then want to be ignorant, blind, deaf, dumb, and stupid? That don't even make no sense. That's completely illogical. And so circling back to just money demons, babe, when I see a money demon, I think of it like the movie The Exorcist, where the demon possesses you.
Yeah.
And in my view, when you have not healed, when you have experienced horrific amounts of trauma as a child, like lots of us do, and you're carrying all this with you, and you explain to me, by the way, my wife is a certified trauma specialist, right? By the way, she did get a certification. I remember you got the certification because she talks to me a lot, and I try my best to listen, and you were telling me things as you were learning them. I remember you telling me about how trauma like literally kills you, how traumatized people have all these physical health issues, mental health issues. And a lot of us, once you understand trauma, you can identify traumatized people when you see them. It's that person who's going to cut you out over a bowl of Cheerios. Maybe it's that person who sprints away every time they run into a healthy relationship, right? Just whatever. Or who takes a molehill and turns it into a mountain, whatever. And it's kind of like one of these things where um, these demons do possess us. And if you imagine me being possessed by a demon, I'm not really who God meant for me to be. I'm who Satan meant for me to be. I'm who the devil wants me to be. I'm showing up and I'm like, yeah, that demon may come from, some anxiety or some fear, or perhaps it comes from drugs and alcohol, some bad habits that I have. Maybe it comes from my failures of the past or things that haunt me. Maybe it comes from societal pressure. I was listening to my favorite rapper who told me that I'm supposed to disrespect women, stay high and drunk all the time, beat people up if they make me mad, and make poor decisions, right? But to me, that's what I see. I see the demons possessing us. And to me, to be healthy, you got to do an exorcism. You got to exercise. The more you exercise those demons out of your body, I think the better you are, like the healthier you are and the better of a human being you are, for not just for others, but also for yourself. What do
Yeah,
you think?
it's so crazy. You're talking about the financial demons. I remember going to college and I had this white boy in one of my classes, and he had on like dirty gym. He had on old gym shoes. And where I come from, like, why would you be wearing old shoes? And in my mind, I'm making fun of him because he got on these raggedy shoes. But as I got to talk to him, I'm like, this man is wealthy. And in my mind, it's just like, why would you have all that money and still wear these? Like, you should get a brand new pair of shoes. I was like, you need to go now and get the shoes, because I cannot understand. Like, in my mind, it was just like the first thing I would do if I had money, or if I came from a family with a whole lot of money, is I'd have on some nice shoes. I would not walk around like that. And I think, like, in white boy land, maybe that makes him feel more wholesome and more genuine. I have no idea, but I couldn't understand it for the life of me. And I'm just looking back on that. I'm like, what was wrong with me back then? But that was where I came from, And so I think the best way to get rid of the financial demons is, number one, to recognize that it's there. Most people don't understand how they don't reflect on what they do and how they spend their money and what they feel like is important. So I really do think that we need to reflect. We need to reflect on instances and become very self-aware, be able to connect the dots. Because listen, Boyce just talked about trauma, and I just want to say something about trauma. Trauma is not because a bad thing happened to you. That's not trauma. Trauma is when something happens to you and you disconnect from how you feel, and you disconnect and you can't connect your current behavior with what's happened to you in the past that's triggering you. You don't understand that. That's when it shows up as trauma. So the best way to get rid of the financial demons is self-awareness and insight. Is being able to understand. You can do the exorcism on yourself. Basically you do. I ask questions like, tell me what happened. Why did you react so strongly to this? What was it reminiscent of? And you have these conversations in a place to process
all of these unfortunate things that happen to you so that you don't disconnect from it and you walk around as a traumatized person and spending your money impulsively on these things meant to cover up the pain that you feel inside.
Mm. Well, and it is that covering up the pain makes sense, particularly when you consider that money is a drug. Money, receiving money makes you feel good. Not having enough money can create anxiety, just like a drug.
Or the belief that you don't have enough money.
Say it again? Oh yeah,
the belief that you don't have enough money.
There we go. And it's like if you imagine how a crackhead must feel when they can't get no crack. There's a lot of anxiety attached to that, right?
Oh, but let me tell you, nobody is better at getting money than somebody who's on drugs. They are really good at manipulation.
Yeah.
And manipulation. They are. I mean, I have seen just remarkable performances from people who are on drugs, manipulate others to get money out of them. It's their entire life. As soon as they wake up in the morning, they're like, how am I going to get my next fix? Who am I going to call? What sad story am I going to tell so this person can give me some money? What do I need to do? And they execute. Nobody has more clear vision and execution than a drug addict. It is really remarkable what they do.
Well, I'll tell you, it's you are right. I mean, when I think about the financial crackhead, though, like just the person that that has various financial addictions where money is used as a way to ease certain pain, it makes you think about the study by Professor Andrew Lowe at MIT, where he talked about how money affects the part of your brain that is also affected by cocaine. And so to me, I'm also thinking about it in terms of just this idea that, that making certain choices that may not be healthy for me allows me to heal pain that exists because I'm carrying these demons around, and the demons have to be fed. So the demon might be a gambling addiction. The demon might be, fear or anxiety. I think other demons, one demon that plagues a big part of the community I've noticed is scarcity. Scarcity, when you talk about scarcity thinking versus abundance thinking, a person who thinks in terms of scarcity is going to fight you over resources. They're going to compete with you when they could collaborate with you. They're going to hate on you when they should be congratulating you. Because why? Well, because they see whatever you're getting, whatever you have, whatever you're doing as a reflection of why they don't have what they want. Or you getting something means there's less of it for them. You get a good man, she's upset because she can't get the same thing you get, or you're doing well and making money. Well, now your success reflects on my lack of success. So to me, an abundance mindset might come from. I would argue that a less traumatized person is more likely to have an abundance mindset and to say, look, there's enough for everybody. I want to see you win. I'm happy for you. And I've seen this just even in terms of just even business. When I would think about collaborating with someone, it's mutually supporting each other. But then I see them and I'm like, wow, this person's really competing with me. Like they feel that they can only be successful if they tear me down or something. And I just think that to me, that's a demon. The scarcity mindset. Remember, Europeans brought that scarcity mindset to Africa. And you saw what they did to Africa. The Africans were open and trusting. They said, look, there's plenty of fruit. There's plenty of gold.
There's an abundance in Africa.
Right. Yeah. There's plenty of lumber, whatever you want. We got it. And the Europeans.
And that becomes part of your culture. I mean, just think about how the Europeans came in and just invaded Africa. It's because, think about Europe. It's a cold rock. Nothing grows in Europe. Nothing's colder. I mean, I enjoy Europe for the culture and everything, but I just do not. That place is it's cloudy. It's always cold in my mind. Like I've never been to a beautiful tropical, beautiful vacation in Europe where the weather was great. Like the people are great and the culture and everything, but the weather is just not always. Pick a jacket. You could be in, January. I mean, July, June. You're gonna need a jacket in Europe. So I mean, that part was just kind of unusual for me. And then I start thinking about the climate and how everything is just so nourishing, the soil, everything. Like you throw a seed somewhere, it's going to grow and there's an abundance. So that's what's put into our culture as Black people. And I really do think that we need to actively work on getting back to who we are as originals. I'm talking about as indigenous populations. You know, I spend a lot of time sitting with the indigenous mindset, and I love spending my time meditating and focusing on the music of indigenous people. Nothing is more uplifting than listening to music and sounds that heal the body, did not tear us down. So, you know, all day yesterday, sorry boys, had to listen to my indigenous music that I had to play, but it's positive, it's beautiful, it tells you you can do it, and all of that has an effect. It all has an effect on how you see life. So I love taking out time in this westernized society and sitting with Native American tribes and listening to the indigenous, because I know that's who I am originally. I'm so connected to it that I know it. I'm getting off into this woo-woo, boys.
So it's okay. It's okay. So if you have a question for Dr. Alicia, put your question inside the Q&A section, and we're gonna go through the question. Make the question short if you can. That way we can get everybody's question. Also, Alicia's website. She sees clients on an individual basis. She sees couples. She also sees families. So if you'd like to go take a look at what she does, you can go to coachingwithdralicia.com. That's coachingwithdralicia.com. And if you go to drboycebooks.com, she has workbooks on things like financial anxiety and some other things that relate to relationships in particular. So if you go to drboycebooks.com, we have a whole section on love and money. We call it the Love and Money Lab. And you can go in there and dig in and find stuff that can help you not just have healthier relationships, but maybe deal with what's going on internally when it comes to your finances and all that stuff. Because you gotta fix it, you gotta heal if you want to grow, if you want to evolve and become a better person. So let me just sort of jump back to the guilt. I've heard you talk a lot about guilt and shame. And
Oh,
one thing I've noticed in terms of a money demon that can affect a lot of people is maybe guilt or shame about mistakes that were made, right? Give me a yes in the chat if you have financial mistakes that are just embarrassing. Give me a yes in the chat if you have come back from a terrible credit score, or you're trying to come back and you're just so ashamed of it, you don't even want to look at it. Or maybe you're so far behind on certain bills, you're just like, oh my God, I can't even, I'm not even going to open it. Or maybe you have shame about maybe you're an investor and you have shame. I don't know about y'all, but I'm gonna tell you what. I'll start off by admitting my source of shame and embarrassment. I'm embarrassed by the fact that I didn't just hold on to my Bitcoin back in like 2014, 2015. I think I sold it and then I made all these adjustments, and I'm like, boys, all you do, all you do is sit on it. Just you were doing too much. Right? So I make mistakes. We all do, right? And that mistake I made was more so driven by some of the things that I talked to you all about, which was basically, I think as the market was moving, I said, okay, well, maybe this Bitcoin thing isn't going to work out. But I know people, starting with my wife, who literally bought the Bitcoin in like 2015 or 2016 and didn't even look at it for 6 or 7, 8 years. And then next thing you know, I think you made $100 investment. It turned into almost $1,000. And that is the best way to invest. So that's a source of shame and embarrassment I have.
I feel guilty because I couldn't find my password. I had to reset my password to go back into my account. It had been so long since I've been in there.
Yeah. And I think that there's just a lot of there is a
Yeah.
lot of shame because you maybe for a lot of us you start off struggling financially. You don't always know what to do. You make mistakes for emotional reasons, maybe because you have a short-term temporary problem and you handled it in a way that had some long-term implications. Maybe your student loans leave you feeling a little bit guilty and angry because of whatever. So what about guilt and shame? Tell me about that in your practice, and when you confront that, when somebody's just feeling really guilty and bad about mistakes they made in the past that they can't go back and fix, how do you even approach that?
Yeah, I mean, well, guilt and shame are two different things. And from a clinical perspective, guilt is basically when you do something wrong and you feel bad about that particular act and you work to try to correct it. So suppose my scenario I like to give is, suppose you are there's an office building and you work at this office, and everybody's coming in and out of the parking lot and everyone's parking. So if you drive into this parking lot and you hit somebody's car as you're pulling in, you hit the side door, it's a little bit of a dent. It's, what are you going to do about that? So guilt says, you feel guilty, you say, you know what, I am going to go into the office, I did this,
I'm going to go into the office and maybe talk to the receptionist and ask the receptionist, do you know whose car this is? And if they do, maybe they connect you to the person, the owner of the car, and you go up and you say, hey, I just hit your car. Here's my insurance information. I'm really sorry about that. Boom. That's guilt, right? Where shame is something where, shame is where you think, what is wrong with me? There's something wrong with me. Maybe that's the first time you've hit a car or something, or maybe you've hit a bunch of different cars and then you're just like, oh my God, there's something wrong with me. Why am I getting to these car accidents? And it kind of can carry itself out in a sense where you don't necessarily feel guilty, but you may tell yourself, what do you tell yourself in the midst of that shame? Where some people can say, you know what? I'm not going to feel shame because I don't get into car accidents. This is a one-off. But shame happens when you say, you know what? Maybe I've been hitting people every time I pull into a parking lot. There's something wrong with me. I need to kind of fix it because I need to start learning how to drive better, or I need to figure out how to pull into this parking spot better. Now, the thing where unhealthy shame comes in, where I talk about it in my office, is where you feel shamed and what you do with it. You say, you know what? I think there's something wrong with this person. Why would they park their car that way? I wouldn't have hit them. You're not taking responsibility for what you've done. Okay. You say, you know what? I never would have hit them if they hadn't been parking their car sideways. So what's wrong with these people in the way they're parking? See, I wouldn't have done it. You take no accountability and no responsibility because you can't deal with the shame. It's too powerful for you to deal with that shame because it's tied to so much insecurities. And I see that a lot in my office, particularly with romantic relationships where you've done something to your partner and you know you shouldn't have done, and there's so much shame attached to it. You feel like such a terrible person that you cannot apologize to your loved one by something that you did. Your actions caused someone else to feel this way. You need to feel guilty about it. But some people come from such a place of shame in a clinical sense that they can't take responsibility for what they've done.
Okay, wow, that's giving me a lot to think about. Okay, so shame
No
is
accountability.
okay, so the shame might appear as me sort of creating a belief that something's wrong with me because I did something for which maybe I should feel some sort of guilt.
It's
So
your
it's almost like,
behavior. It's not being able to disconnect. You disconnect, I did something wrong with I am wrong. It's the
okay.
behavior attached to that. And what you do if you feel level of shame, and a lot of it is parenting. That's just parenting that instilled in you, there's something wrong with you. Okay, you make all children make mistakes. And as parents, we need to correct their behavior and say, I love you dearly. You're a beautiful person who made this mistake. Let's see if we can fix it, right? That's what you want to give your children. But when you say, what's wrong with you? You must be stupid. People calling you names and putting you down. You have so much shame attached to that when you're an adult, you can't have relationships with anybody because you're making mistakes and you're not accountable to it. And some people call it narcissism and it is a narcissistic trait, but I don't want to put it in those words because that's a clinical word. All of us, we shouldn't be using that on a daily basis, but it's just not being able to say, I behaved in this way and I need to make it right.
Okay, so put that in the context of money and money demons. Like, so
Yeah.
so are you saying that my shame of mistakes I made for which I should feel guilty, that internalizing that shame can create a demon that might affect my choices going forward? That because I'm ashamed that I kept a bad credit score, I see myself as financially irresponsible, and because maybe I don't want to deal with the shame, maybe I avoid certain things, like, because it almost sounds to me like you're saying the shame isn't required. Maybe guilt is okay, but shame is not required because shame is almost like that internalization of guilt to say something's wrong with me as opposed to something's wrong with what I did. And when you carry that shame, that becomes the demon that possesses you, that then causes you to engage in avoidant behavior because you don't want to confront the shame, or you don't want to confront the bad feelings that may come with that
Yeah,
shame. Is
because you
that kind of
feel
what you're
so
saying?
ashamed, you fall apart every time you make a mistake. No one expects you to be perfect, but you put that on yourself, this level of perfection
that you have on yourself because you're too ashamed. You're too ashamed, and you make a catastrophe just because you had a bad month or something. It's not a catastrophe. Things ebb and flow all the time. That's a universal law, right? The Hermetic principles. You also study Hermetic principles. It's a law. What goes up is going to go down, and you have to be able to figure out how to ride the waves without internalizing it and thinking there's something wrong with you.
Mm-hmm. Now that's I think I get that concept. I know that professionally, kind of dealing with something that feels like shame is what allowed me to really do what I do. I remember when I would go on TV and do stuff, you're always so scared in the beginning that you're going to make a mistake or say something stupid or get something wrong. And I remember just kind of saying, just because I get something wrong doesn't mean I'm not qualified. Just because I make a mistake doesn't mean I don't know what I'm doing. Everybody makes mistakes. And nobody's any better than me. Other people make mistakes and they don't, it's not the end of their careers. They don't walk away in shame and give up. You just keep coming back. Right. So that to me is really, I almost feel like what you're saying about guilt and shame is also connected to self-love. Like in my view, this was literally my processing. And again, I'm not a therapist, but I think that we are our own best therapists. So what gave me a lot of confidence, not fake confidence. I don't have to pretend to be confident. I really am confident in what I do and what I know. What gave me confidence was not this false belief that I'm perfect. What gave me confidence was having enough self-love to forgive myself when my imperfections show up. When my flaws pop out and I do something stupid and I say, oh man, dang, I really messed that up. It's all right. We're going to go right back at it because I love Boyce. And if you love something, you'll never give up on that thing. You'll never give up on that person.
And you apologize. You're good at apologizing too, Boyce. You can say, oh gosh, I'm so sorry. How can we make this right? How can we make this right? And let's just move on. That is beautiful. Nothing's worse than when somebody does something and they go into this place of shame and they never apologize. They say, well, I wouldn't have done it if you hadn't have done that. I wouldn't have done it if you hadn't done that. I wouldn't have done it. It wasn't just on me. If you hadn't done this, where you start to just in your mind, because the shame is so painful for you, because it's, of course, reminiscent of how you were treated when you were younger. And you start seeing that person as a parent. And you start saying, no, I wouldn't. And you feel like you need to defend yourself instead of just saying, yes, it was a mistake. I did it wrong. I feel sorry. Let's move on. And
I do agree, but I'm gonna tell you one area where I'm going to challenge that a little bit is sometimes I feel like I need to defend myself. There's some, like if someone comes up to, and I get it, I hear what you're saying. I want to hear your perspective on this, but if somebody comes up and says, you stole my purse and I didn't steal your purse, my first reaction is going to be like, no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you think I stole your purse, but I didn't do it. Right. So go ahead. I want to hear your perspective, but I think defending yourself is okay too in some situations. Like, I don't think being defenseless works. Right. What do you think?
No, I mean, you asked them the question. You say, okay, wait, you think I stole your purse? The best thing, it's a reaction to be defensive. All of us get defensive, but you have to stop yourself and you have to say, okay, what information do you have that makes you think I stole your purse? What information did you gather to make you conclude that I stole your purse, and hear that person out? Because that is where a lot of problems can really be dissolved between individuals, is the other person doesn't feel like they've heard the other person out. So you hear the person out and you say, wait, you saw me on video? Show me the video. And then you look at the video, you'd be like, what day? I wasn't here on that day. I wasn't in the parking lot. Maybe it's a video of the park. You hit my car. Okay, well, there was cameras out there. Show me the camera of me hitting your car, because I really want to hear how you came to this conclusion. Do that instead of defensive, because it's these beautiful conversations that are never had between individuals, and they just start fighting each other and it escalates. It doesn't have to. And in the moment where you really feel defensive, that's a signal to yourself to stop and say, how did you come to that? What information did you gather
Because it could be that that person really did see a video of you stealing their purse, and then you can clearly say, yes, I totally understand why you thought it was me. But guess what? I wasn't even there. That was somebody else that looked like me. Let me show you. I totally get, let's work together and find out. I don't know. You don't have to work together with somebody to find out who stole their purse, but you can definitely give them some empathy.
Okay. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
and it's funny. It reminds me when Oprah said a long time ago, where she said, everybody just wants to be heard.
Yeah.
And I think that that was a really wise thing for her to say. And so I think that really that, all these emotions you mentioned, guilt and shame and everything else, sometimes can make us dismissive of other people, and that doesn't work. And then sort of circling that back around to the financial stuff, um, in terms of money demons, I really think that being able to have a healthy way to process those feelings that we may have, the guilt and the shame of bad financial choices and
Yeah.
just the outcomes, I think that goes a long way in being your best self and being able
Fix
to,
it.
yeah, being able to, right. So either you can fix the past or maybe you can't fix the past. But either way, I think self-love love is powerful. Love goes a long way. And I think, and I would encourage you to love yourself enough to say, God is not through with me yet. I ain't perfect. And y'all have heard me say that. Y'all have heard me say, look, hey, just chalk it up to my imperfections. Because I know I'm good at what I do, and I'm proud of that. I'm proud that I worked so hard to become good at this. But at the same time, that self-love is huge in that, because you never become perfect at anything. And so don't give up on yourself, so don't give up on yourself because you got a bad credit score. Don't give up on yourself because the student loans have buried you. Don't or you feel like they buried you. Don't give up on yourself because you don't know everything you need to know. Keep pouring into yourself. You are the best investment you will ever make. And then one of the other best investments you'll ever make is the people that you love and the people you care about. So you pour into them with knowledge and preparation and information and everything else. And then eventually that turns into resources. It turns into action. And that's how you succeed financially. That's how you get rid of those money demons, and you start operating on a higher frequency. And that's what economic awareness is all about. Economic awareness is partly driven by self-awareness, driven by consciousness, being aware and conscious of all the things that might keep you from getting to where you want to get to. So dealing with the money demons, I think, is something that we all have to do. So, babe, I want you to get the last word. I want to mention everybody. Dr. Alicia Watkins, her website is coachingwithdralicia.com. So feel free to go to her site if you want to see what she does as a therapist, and she meets with couples, individuals, and families. So that's coachingwithdralicia.com. Also, I have this book called Financial Lovemaking, and she and I actually created this 5-day love challenge. If you guys want to take a look, if you go to boyceandalicia.com, remember that, babe? We
I
did
do
that about
remember
two,
that.
three, about 3-4 years ago, but it's really good. So feel free to go to boyceandalicia.com. You get a free copy of my book, Financial Lovemaking. And also, if you want to get other resources from Dr. Alicia, you can actually text the word love to 87948. So she does a lot of good stuff on relationships, and in addition to financial therapy. So babe, I'll let you get the last word. Any parting thoughts you want to share?
Yeah, I'm really thinking right now, even making a financial mistake doesn't make you a financial mistake, right? And I think that when I say you can correct it, you can just say, oh, that was terrible. Let me fix it by adjusting things. Things need to be calibrated in your financial life all the time, and take out time to focus on your finances. It doesn't have to be every day. Boyce talks about finances and focuses on it every day, but that's fine for him. Okay. But I really do think that you should schedule whatever's comfortable for you to just fix it and stop ruminating on the past. That rumination, and really get to the point where you can process things and you feel like you processed it out, these terrible things that have happened to you financially, and you can get to a place where you can have compassion for yourself and you can have grace for yourself, but you now know better, and now you can do better going forward. Absolutely. So that's what I would tell people.
That's right. All right, awesome. All right, let's do better, be better. Let's fight off the demons. The money demons hit all of us, and so if you want that just sort of a quick summary of the money demons you may want to investigate. And maybe this is something we can go deeper into. Maybe we can develop a class around this or something. But I would just to give you some ideas on where you might look for those money demons. One might be scarcity, having a scarcity mindset. They may cause you to have insecurities that they get in the way of progress, like jealousy and or competing with people that you should be collaborating with, guilt over spending or things like that, or maybe debt or mistakes that you made in the past. Guilt and shame are big factors. Also, maybe anxiety over things like debt or income or financial instability. Financial anxiety is very big. If you go to drboycebooks.com, Dr. Alicia has a workbook to help you work through and analyze and become aware of any financial anxiety you may have. She did a whole financial anxiety workbook. So feel free to go to drboycebooks.com. You can scroll down to the love and money section. Maybe a fear of failure. Anybody got a fear of failure? You know, just I'm scared to go start this business because I'm scared this business is not going to work. Well, I get that. Everybody feels that way, and it's really hard to imagine putting a lot of time and money into something and having not work out. It's tough, it's embarrassing, and you don't get a lot of support. You know, you don't have a lot of people in the family saying, go, go, go. You have a lot of people sitting back saying, I can't, I'm just waiting for that Negro to fail. When they fail, I'm gonna sit back and I'm gonna tell them why they did. You know, and it's always the people that ain't doing nothing that do the most talking. So having a process to sort of get to that point is, I think, a really big deal. And actually, if you want to look into like a business that you can start that doesn't fail, again, go to drboyceprime.com. Those are a lot of Prime members are in this class right now, and you can say something in the chat. drboyceprime.com. I think that whole idea of starting your business by selling stock options is really, in my view, the most effective, most superior way to starting a business, or the most superior method I've ever seen, because the business is highly liquid. It doesn't require any work, and you start making income from day one. You just need a capital base. So if you want to go take a look at that, feel free to go to drboyceprime.com, or if you text the word money to 87948, I'll send you a free training called How to Make Money Without Working. It is highly efficient. It is literally how I make my money. Errol's, and I see Errol, James, I see you all. So yeah, so feel free to just talk to the other students that are in the class. I like that better than the other method, because the other method was you throw a bunch of money at it, you work your butt off, you wait a year or two, and then maybe you make some money, right? And that's really a hard way to get ahead. So to me, I was like, oh gosh, I should have been doing this when I was 20. So teach this stuff to your kids so they can do it when they're 20 instead of wasting 20 or 30 years like the rest of us did. Other areas where a financial demon or money demon might show up might be maybe you avoid making plans because you're having trouble dealing with instant gratification versus delayed gratification. Instant gratification and the dopamine release, the good feelings that you get from sleeping and chilling when you could have been working a little bit, or eating the wrong foods when you could have been eating healthy, or just making unhealthy choices when you really want to sort of think about the long term. I think that's a demon too. That instant gratification is another type of demon that really affects so many of us in our lives. It affects all of us. It's a demon that I fight every single day. Do I eat a salad, or do I put my hand in that bag of chips? And my wife will tell you right now, I got a bag of chips next to the bed. So some of these demons don't ever really go away. It's a daily fight. So literally sometimes that inability to focus on the long term, to have that higher level of consciousness required for you to focus on the long term, to me, that's a demon. You know, that's another type of demon. And I know I'm saying too much, and I don't know if my wife has something to say in response to that, but
I probably do.
but literally all of us we have our higher selves and we have our ghetto self. You know what I'm talking about? Like, you got the higher level of you where you're just doing everything right. You're getting up in the morning, you're handling your business, you're making plans, you're getting it done. And then you have the other side that's just lazy and don't want to focus and doesn't want to do the right things, doesn't want to even eat right, doesn't want to save, wants to spend, right? So really, this is why I actually started doing this money in the morning financial consciousness thing, because what I realized is, I said, if we wake up every morning and we commit ourselves to being our best selves, that gives us a much higher probability of success. Because remember, being the best does not always mean that you're always at your best. Like I'm pretty good at this financial thing. Some people would say that I'm one of the best, but I ain't always at my best, and neither are you. None of us are. So my goal is every morning to convince you to find the best version of you and make sure that person shows up for work every day. And that's how you're going to win. That's how you're going to succeed. That's how you're going to overcome all the demons, the cultural demons, the psychological demons, the emotional demons. That's how you're going to fight the battle. And the battle never ends, but you will win because you're built for this. Babe, did you have something else you want to say before? Because I know I said a lot. Did you have something you wanted to?
Well, we'll save it for next time.
Okay, all right.
I don't want to get into a loop with you.
All right. Well, I hope that you will give Dr. Alicia a digital round of applause, digital thank you. I know she's my wife, but I'm sorry. I'd like to give my wife props for how hard she works. She elevates me because she's super disciplined. She's in that. She got me to join the 5 a.m. club. And we get up every morning and go work out, and I'm inspired by her work ethic. And I always tell people, some of these sisters out here just kicking butt, taking names, and so you're a wonderful ally in this game of life. So thank you very much for joining me, babe. I really appreciate your time. And also her website, one more time, is coachingwithdralicia.com. And so if you want to see what she does as a therapist, feel free to go there. And or if you want to get some free material from her, you can actually just text the word love to the number 87948, and there's some stuff that we can send you out that way as well. All right, so have a good day, everybody. I'll see you all tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. Every single day, 7 days a week, we do money awareness, financial consciousness training each morning. So make sure you're on the text list. To get on the text list, text the word morning to the number 87. Hey, what's going on, everybody? What's going on? I hope you guys are doing well. Welcome to Pillow Talk with Dr. Boyce and Dr. Alicia Watkins. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I'm here with my lovely wife, Dr. Alicia. How you doing today, babe?
I'm doing all right, but I wish we were like on our pillows for real.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, sometimes we do pillow talk and we're not actually on our pillows, and so I don't know if you call it table talk now or something, but this is us in our offices, and it's funny because we're actually in rooms right next to each other. So
this is office talk.
Yeah, I guess it's office talk, water cooler talk. Maybe that's what we can call it.
Water cooler talk. Yeah. And we have a water cooler. We should just sit our chairs out there in the water cooler and just.
We do have a water
drink
cooler.
Water
we legitimately do, and we drink a ton of water every day. And when we get up in the morning, first thing I do when I get up is start drinking water. But anyway, all right. So I want to welcome everybody and say hello to everyone that's joining us today. In case you don't know, Pillow Talk with Dr. Boyce and Dr. Alicia Watkins is where I get together with my lovely wife, Dr. Alicia, and we talk about issues of the day. Just we try to have intelligent, fun conversations about things that Black people might be interested in. And I want to do a quick sound check. Can you let us know if you can hear us? Give us a quick yes if you can hear us. Okay, yes. Let us know if you can hear us. And also, I want you all to know that I am a finance PhD and a finance professor. My wife is a professor of social work and a licensed therapist. So we have some fun little debates about topics, things that relate to love and money, and just anything that makes us think. And so I want to say hello to Vita and let's see, Hallelujah, is that right? Big Bird. My name is Corey. How you doing, brother? Good to see you. NA. Let's see, Chanel Shakur, Michael McCurry. Good to see everybody. So good to see you. All right, so let's hop into the conversation as you hit the thumbs up button. Thumbs up, share, subscribe, all that stuff. All right, so Michael Frederick says, think and go rich. That's right, brother. You got to think and you got to grow rich. All right, so here is what I wanted to talk about. So did anybody see, give me a yes or no, did you see that Kamala Harris invited the cast from A Different World to the White House? I'm going to ask my wife, did you see that, babe?
I saw it a few months ago. I think it's a good idea. That was a very good idea.
It was a few months ago, though. It was like a few days ago.
A few days ago?
Yeah,
I saw it on my social media. Maybe they were promoting the idea and it actually happened a few days ago, but I remember seeing things online about them coming to the White House a while ago.
Yeah. It was so Kamala brought the cast of A Different World to the White House, and they had a they had a little powwow, I guess. And I think that it was related to the student loan stuff. I think that it was the student loan discussion that kind of led them to bring them in, because, as you know, the Biden administration is talking a lot about student loans and student loan forgiveness. So they thought that bringing in the cast of A Different World would be kind of a cool way to celebrate that. And I'm gonna tell you, I love the cast from A Different World.
Yeah.
And I know you do too. I mean, how many of y'all, give me a yes or no, how many of y'all watched A Different World when you were growing up? Give me a yes. All the Different World fans, give me a yes in the chat if you grew up with that show and really liked it and enjoyed watching it and just had a lot of fun with it. I know I did. Were you inspired by that show, babe?
Didn't miss an episode. Oh my goodness, I was in college. Weren't you in college too when The Different World was on? So that, that was a beautiful thing to see and to witness.
Shout out
Yeah.
to Bill Cosby for making this happen.
Yeah, and you and I are friends with Daryl Bell. It's Daryl Bell. Why
Bill. That's
I
his
keep
name.
you know what? The reason I did not Daryl Bell, by the way, Daryl Bell played Ron. He played Ron, Dwayne Wayne's best friend. And I'm sorry, Daryl, if you're watching, brother. I apologize for getting your name wrong. The reason I felt like I said his name wrong is because there was a great attorney at Harvard Law School named Derek Bell. Derek Bell, the creator of critical race theory, actually.
Oh yes.
Yes,
I use all of his stuff in my diversity practice class. Oh yes.
Did I ever tell you I talked to Derek Bell one time when I was teaching at Syracuse?
Really? I would love to speak with him.
Yeah, I have no idea why we were on the phone together, but we talked and I liked him. And that's all. At that time, I didn't know how big critical race theory was. I just knew he was a Harvard professor and I respected that. And another great one there was Charles Ogletree. Charles and we both spoke at the National Black Law Student Association conference. We were the two keynotes, and it was in Detroit in 2006, right before Kwame Kilpatrick got popped up and.
This is so crazy. 2006. Yeah, I hung out with Kwame Kilpatrick at the FAMU homecoming because I was living in Tallahassee at the time. Small world, so boys. Isn't it a small world?
Well, it's not a small world. It's a different world.
Different world.
It's a different world. Anyway, all right. I know my parents. Every time I think of this, I want to start singing that song. I know my parents love me. Stand behind me, come one day. Ooh, that was a great song, and you hear it. It's almost like that song from the Jeffersons. Remember, nobody knew the words, but it's like burned on the grill. Take that whole. I think black people. I'm gonna tell you. Here's what I think. I think black people. We're gonna get to the top in a minute. But I feel like
TV better.
We make the best theme songs. Good times anytime you need a payment. Good times anytime you need a friend. I feel like we are just like every song that has been made for TV shows. When we sing it, we blow it out. When they do it, you get I don't know. The best white theme song I've ever heard was "Wouldn't You Like to Get Away? Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name." That was a good one. And
I like Family Ties. Family Ties. That's a black person singing Family Ties.
Oh yeah, what was that? You got to help me know the words now.
What, Family Ties?
Yes. It was something about family, and it made you feel really good. And then the only other song, and then I promise we're going to get back to the topic. Okay. And the only other song that I thought was cool was Frasier when he was sounding like a black man. Baby, I hear the music calling, toast salads and scrambled eggs. Anyway, so
the Golden Girls, you can't forget the Golden Girls. Thank you
there
for
we go.
being a friend.
That's okay. So they do have a few good songs. All right. I think we're the best ones. But anyway, so let's get back to all right. So different world. They visit Kamala Harris in the White House. And it was interesting because I was really curious to see how people felt about this visit, because you know how the Democrats do. They tend to show up and get extra black when it's election season, and they sort of disappear when for the other 3.6 years, but the last few months they pop up and they start doing all this black stuff. And I think black people kind of know what's going on. They kind of hip to the game. So I went to Kamala's page, and so Kamala has the video, and it's really let me turn this off, because if I play the theme song, they'll give me a strike on YouTube. But anyway, so the interesting thing was a lot of the comments were very negative. People were not they were just generally not very supportive of what happened here. Like, not because they don't love the cast of Different World. I think they seemed to feel manipulated.
Oh, the timing of it all. I mean, they got to pull out all the stops now. This is some serious stuff.
Yeah, almost like one of those things where it's like, okay, here you go, doing what you do in every election, where you get extra black, and then after the election's over, we don't hear from you again.
Ignore them.
Yeah. Yeah, and I'm looking for the comments. I actually lost the freaking page. I had it up on my phone, queued up, and I want to read some of the comments. And once I find it, I'll read them. But
on
generally
Instagram, right?
Yeah. So
Instagram
what
would do that to you.
basically happened was, so Kamala had them all in, and it was pretty beautiful in the sense that you love the cast, you love the show, they deserve to be invited. They all seem to be very nice people, and people were very supportive of the cast. But I think that they felt that Kamala was sort of using this HBCU thing to
Yeah.
pander to the black vote, and Kamala actually went to an HBCU, and people still almost act like she's faking it, right? Because she married Dougie. Dougie's not a black man, and also Kamala. Unfortunately, the Democrats have a reputation of really pandering to the black community right before election season. What do you think about that, babe?
Oh, yeah. I mean, come on. Different world casts have been unemployed. Well, some of them have been employed, but a lot of them have been unemployed for many, many years. And now that it's a couple of months here before pretty soon we got the DNC convention, and then we have the election coming up. And I think this whole thing with Trump is scaring people because he has a lot of attention. And so they're pulling out all the stops. And I'm sure it's a strategy meeting. They're sitting around at this table trying to get black people on board. And we have snuffed it out. And I want to hear the comments. Bring the comments up, boys.
Yeah. Well, what's interesting is I'm looking at the page, and basically what she did was they just bought the cast in and kind of did their thing. And then a lot of the comments were very much basically accusing them of pandering to the black community and kind of saying, oh, you want to be black now, that kind of thing. And really kind of accusing them of manipulating black people emotionally, which I think that we are really we're really vulnerable to a lot of emotional manipulation. I think that the show Different World, it's interesting that we're so emotionally attached to things that don't even belong to us. A Different World, even the show, the brands, the characters, all those trademarks and copyrights connected to that show belong to, I think, Warner Brothers.
Mm-hmm.
And so the idea that we sort of look at that show and we say, okay, that's a black show, or that's our show, that right there kind of speaks to this odd idea that maybe perhaps we have to really rethink what ownership really means. Like, how do you really claim something that isn't actually yours? It's like if I date you or marry you and I think that your body is my body and I own you, that's not a healthy way to think about it, I guess. And I almost feel like it's the same way when it comes to television. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, when we were talking to Dara Bell, the first question out of our mouth was what? Where's the Different World reboot? What's going on with the reboot? No, they're going to do a reboot of Good Times where they're living in the projects. They're going to glorify that whole thing.
Anytime you need a payment. Sorry. They like those black struggle shows, don't they?
The struggle shows, but they're not going to do something like, and then you can't reboot. You can't reboot the Cosby Show because it's so tainted at this point. So I mean, Different World was
it ain't tainted. It ain't tainted for me.
Well, it's tainted for a lot of people, though. A lot of people do.
Yeah, it ain't tainted for me because you know what?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Bill Cosby did some stuff. Maybe he didn't. But y'all gotta remember
his legacy. Sorry, boys. I'm not saying I agree with it.
Yes. Oh, go ahead, babe. I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm not saying that I agree with it, but his legacy, I mean, he was on the top. He was the best of the best, and now he is on the bottom of the bottom. I think he is, poor thing, he's blind. He's really getting up there in years. Looks like his health is failing him, and I wish him the best, but it does not seem like he is able to save his legacy. And, Different World, maybe visiting the White House, maybe they can get their own reboot. Maybe they can take this as an opportunity to really put some positive images out there of Black people. Maybe we as Black people can start a campaign. Let's do a reboot of A Different World. That would be pretty awesome to see, because we know the effect that it has on your subconscious. I mean, when The Different World was happening, enrollment of Black people at HBCUs and in college in general was the highest it had ever been with that one TV show. It works, boys. Media works. It definitely programs you.
Well, what's interesting is that the comments that I saw relative to Kamala, sort of showing off the cast of A Different World to get votes, there were people in there that went out of their way to say, by the way, we should thank Dr. Cosby and Dr. Alvin Poussant for creating the show.
And Dr.
And
Comer.
more than one person said that. More than one person stepped into the comments, and most of the comments were very negative toward the use of this imagery. It's like okay, you want to use Cosby's creation to get these votes, but then at the same time, you've kind of taken this guy that maybe he earned some of this. I'm not going to excuse his his alleged behavior, but you're going to sort of say we don't want anything to do with him, but we're going to take what he created and use that. And I personally think that's a little bit disingenuous. I think it's I think that you can still enjoy the Cosby Show. In fact, let me ask everybody, give me a yes or no. How many of you still watch the Cosby Show and enjoy watching it? Like if you saw it on TV right now, how many of you would give me a yes if you would watch it and enjoy it? Or how many of you would just turn it off because you're so appalled by his presence on television? Answer me in the chat. Also, as you hit the thumbs up button, I want to remind everybody you're watching Pillow Talk with Dr. Boyce and Dr. Alicia Watkins. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. This is my wife, Dr. Alicia. And by the way, if you want to know where my wife does her thing, you can actually go to her website, where she sees clients on an individual basis, couples and families. So you can go to coachingwithdralicia.com. That's coachingwithdralicia.com. Okay. So yeah, I see my name is Corey says I still watch it unapologetically. Ryan Turner says yes. Terry Silver, yes. I'm looking for a no. I don't see any no's. There's no no's. So what's interesting is when you talk about Cosby's legacy, I think about that and what that means. I'm going to say something that is going to sound a little strange. I don't think his legacy is ruined at all. I think that his legacy in the black community, his legacy is very strong. Now, mind you, people might still think that he's a pervert, that he did some stuff he shouldn't have done. But most black people, if I did a poll and said, do you still admire some of Bill Cosby's achievements? A lot of black people are going to say, hell yeah. He created a different world. He created educational shows. He created Fat Albert. He gave all that money to the HBCUs. He gave money to HBCUs when all these celebrities out here just talk a big game and don't ever follow through. They don't. And so I'm not saying that this means Cosby's a good guy. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that it sounds to me like just like any other person that we consider to be a hero or a legend, just like every slave master who raped slaves for a living, or just like every racist that's been in the White House, maybe his legacy's just mixed. Maybe that's what it may. Again, maybe among white people now, his legacy's gone. But I personally think that's a fragile legacy to begin with. I think that if you are a black man and you have a good reputation amongst melanin deficient people in America, you're always at risk. You're always in danger. You're one bad Rolling Stone, New York Times article away from having everything you work for destroyed in front of you. So I personally think, based on what I just saw in the chat, to the people that matter to me, y'all matter to me. They don't matter to me, but the people that matter to me still love Cosby. They love Different World. They see nuance. What do you think about that?
Okay, so I got two things to say. Number one, I think everybody out here needs to sit down with your family right now, starting today, and start watching every single episode of The Cosby Show, starting from episode 1 all the way to the final episode. And then when you're done, go on to The Different World and start watching that together as a family, because it is priceless piece of art. Okay, I just want to say that. Now, yes, we know the contributions that Bill Cosby has made to television and to Black people in general, but we also know that he fell flat on his face. He went to prison. Seemed like any and everybody who was around him in that time started hollering and got on the bandwagon. I'm talking about subconsciously. We saw him fall, and his legacy in general, his legacy in general has been tarnished. He fell from grace. He was voted, I believe at the time, he was voted the #1 TV dad from what was it called? TV Guide voted him. That means he beat out all the other white fathers that we saw on TV. He beat all of them out. He was the #1 TV dad. He cut across everything. And I think with Bill Cosby, I think he knew the impact of his work. He knew the impact of The Cosby Show, and he was a little upset with what happened after the Cosby Show, because remember, the Cosby Show was like a seminal piece where we can say, look, Black people can name their children Theodore Huxtable. What was his middle name? Theodore. I mean, come on. That's so, it's a little elitist in a way, right? To have a doctor and a lawyer and to show all of that. He thought that the rest of the Black TV shows would follow suit, and it did not. You know, what happened after the Cosby Show met its success, the subsequent shows behind it was, you know, back on a little bit of buffoonery again. And I think Cosby became very upset with what Black people were doing. And he felt, you know, he felt that we needed to carry ourselves a certain way. So it was this inner battle. And I think, you know, that made him, he was a little, I think he became a little cynical when you listen to his speech, and then he gave that speech. Do we want to talk about that speech he gave? The famous speech, the pound, what's it called? The pound cake speech? Come on.
Yeah.
The pound cake speech.
Remember the 90s?
That was a very sad speech he gave.
You know, you're talking about when you were talking about the buffoonery shows in the 90s. I think the epitome of that was Homeboys from Outer Space. Remember that? And I was Daryl in Homeboys from Outer Space, or am I just making that up in my head?
And that's another thing, because they used the characters from the Cosby Show to put out, because he was very upset because Lisa Bonet did, what movie was that where he played? She was sleeping with the devil. What movie was this?
Yeah, she had sex with the devil or something crazy like that.
The devil. He was livid because that's his daughter. You know, subconsciously, that's his daughter that just got turned out.
Wow. Now, was Daryl in Homeboys from Outer Space?
I don't know. Somebody will look it up.
Yeah, I'm gonna look it up. But yeah, so you are right. Now, yeah, Daryl was in that. Yeah, with Flex. Isn't that funny that Flex Alexander and Daryl Bell, mind you, you know that Flex and Shanice are friends of ours, right? Flex hit me up on Instagram back before they took down my Instagram. I had a page. I knew I would get. I kid you not, in my inbox, I would get messages from. I keep calling him Theodore Huxtable, but that's not his real name. His real name is Malcolm Jamal Warner. Who is, by the way, a very cool dude. And me and Malcolm would talk extensively. And I love talking to Malcolm because he's a smart guy, and he would hear me say things about politics that would shock some people because I say what's on my mind. And he would, instead of saying, "Oh, that's stupid" or "That's crazy," he would say, "Can you explain that further? I'd like to understand that." And that's all. I think that's it. I think that's all anybody wants is like, can we just hear each other? You know, like maybe I'm saying something that's going to shock you a little bit, but I'm not a stupid man. I thought this through. So yeah. But then Flex out of the blue was messaging me because I think he does comedy shows or something. And then he was like, "Yeah, you should come to my show when I come to Chicago." I was like, "Cool." And then Daryl Bell, you know, who is a great guy, super smart. And Daryl kind of helped us understand the limitations of what they can and can't do. I was shocked, and I hope you don't mind me sharing this. I think it's public knowledge, but I was really shocked when I found out how much of a grip Warner Brothers has on the show. How they literally got a trademark or a copyright or something on Whitley's accent. Like Jasmine Guy
she cannot speak in that accent. Her accent was copyrighted. So
that's insane.
For her to use the accent that she came up with, she'd have to get permission and pay somebody if they'll give it to her. She'd have to do that. So she has to speak in a different voice. What you gonna say?
No. I think that's interesting, right? And that really gets into, I think, the difference in terms of how Black people. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay, that gets into the difference in terms of how Black people and non-Black people view ownership and entertainment, right? I think that when it comes to entertainment, we tend to think about trying to get on the stage. We want to be seen. We want to sign the deal and be the entertainer and get all the attention and the fame.
This is so hard, boys.
Right. We do. Well, we do. But here's what's interesting, right? The people that are in other communities who see the talent that our people have, they're not thinking about getting on the stage. They want to own the stage. They want to be behind the stage. They want to put $1 billion into the distribution of the images that are on the stage. They want to get the trademarks, copyrights, patents, whatever related to whatever is being created through entertainment. So when we saw hip hop, we saw, if you use hip hop as an example, we saw hip hop as creativity and a party and fun and everything else. They saw that as a business, and I think that so all these copyrights and everything on these shows that we consider to be Black shows pretty much means that others have monetized Black attention. We've provided that willingly. We're not getting money from this. We're not making the revenue from this, but they are, and they're thinking, okay, what's the next big thing we can use to monetize the attention that we can get from the Black community? Oh, that's right. Let's create a movie called Black Panther. And it'll become a thing, and black people will show up wearing their Black Panther costumes, and it'll become a must see TV for every person in the Black community.
And at the end of the movie, I want to jump in. At the end of the movie, a Black woman is going to save the colonizers. Is going to join in and help and save them from everything. After talking about them all throughout the movie, you're going to join with them in their council. You're going to bring them into the fold.
That's
so strong heavy. Black people, again, it's another representation of we are serving them. That's what the Black Panther was.
Guess what? I found the Kamala the comments under the Kamala Harris post.
Okay, what did you say?
So I'm gonna read that in a minute. But before I do that, if y'all could do me a favor, please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. You're watching Pillow Talk with Dr. Boyce and Dr. Alicia Watkins. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. This is my wife, Dr. Alicia Watkins. I'm a finance professor. My wife is she's a full professor of social work, not just a professor, a full professor. I got to give this Black woman her props. And also, she is a licensed therapist. And so her website is coachingwithdralicia.com. If you'd like to get some free resources from Dr. Alicia on healthy relationships, things like that, and a free e-copy of my book, Financial Lovemaking, you can just text the word love, pull out your phone, text the word love to 87948. And that will also allow us to remain connected and break away from these YouTube algorithms and all that. And we are on Spotify. If you look up my name on Spotify, you'll find us there. But we want to be able to connect with you directly because, as you know, sometimes these paid platforms just disappear, and we don't want that to happen. So if you pull out your phone and text the word love to 87948, you'll get stuff from us, and it will enhance your life. If it doesn't, then that's okay. You can just walk away, but we'd love to make your life better. All right, so let's I'm going to read the comments. So Kamala Harris brought the cast of Different World to the White House, and she was using that to promote the Biden administration's initiatives on student loans. And so I'm gonna just read the comment straight down. Okay, so there is okay. So the first comment isn't so bad. It's from a retired doctor named Negro Damas.
That's a great name.
He says, "I'm a retired doctor. Y'all need to start doing more TikTok because of the influence it has on young minds. They do not get info from CNN and Instagram. My young niece did not know of the Biden's awesome accomplishments because she gets her news from TikTok. So sad. Okay, that's not bad. But then the next person says that they effed up their show by having Kamala in the video. Like, it was a great video until Kamala appeared. The next person, B. Irvin, says, oh, it must be time to get the Black vote. Let's see. Another one says Cree Summer hasn't aged today. She hasn't. She really
has not. Well, she's on Abbott Elementary. She did a cameo on Abbott Elementary.
Oh, that's awesome. And then the next comment, I Am Dream Jules says it's election year, so she's Black again. Kamala, they didn't call her Chameleonaire because Kamala Chameleonaire, she tends to like sort of change races, like depending on where she's at. So sometimes she's Indian, sometimes she's Black, sometimes she's a white woman. That's pretty impressive.
But there's a whole thing. There's a whole thing on TikTok about they've been monitoring her silk press. They said she get her silk presses done, and all she do is get silk press and laugh. And I was like, you know what? If I was ever vice president, that's what I would do. I'd have a fresh silk press every time you saw me. I'd be laughing and giggling because it is nothing. It's just wonderful being the vice president. It's not much on you when you're the vice
Well, I
president.
don't know
All
about
you
that.
do is just
So
hold up whatever the president says. You just like all
you're
you
like,
do
"What?"
is listen to what the president says, and then you just say it in your own words. You can put the president's speech into AI, Chat GPT, and just create yet another copy of his speech, and that's it. Vice president. At least that's what I see. So
Okay, so what he
I
said,
don't
what
hate
he
it.
said. Okay, so here's another one. Someone says the VP ain't FBA. FBA stands for Foundational Black American, and
No,
which is
it's not.
interesting because they rarely put a black person in that high of an office who is just standard African American descendant of slavery.
They have to
Obama
show
wasn't.
allegiance. They have
Kamala
to show
isn't.
allegiance to them.
Yeah, or maybe you have the white spouse. The white spouse is another
Allegiance to
way.
them.
Yeah, I think the white spouse is another signal that you are a little bit safer. And in addition to that, if one of your parents is from another country, like Ketanji Brown Jackson had the white spouse, also her family's not African American. So really, I think it is important, when we're looking at so-called black faces in high places, I think that it's okay to make a distinction between those who are African American and those who are just black. What do you think?
You know what just occurred to me?
What?
Isn't that what we saw in the Black Panther? Because it really wasn't African Americans that helped the white people out. It was the other black folks that helped them out. It was the people in Wakanda, where the African Americans were kind of just like playing basketball and doing treacherous things. Because remember, Killmonger, is that his name? Killmonger? I can't get
Killmonger.
You know how I feel. Killmonger represented African Americans. And his role, he was so demonized in his role. He wasn't helping out. So that's what we are. We're part of the Killmonger group. And I think that the other group, the Wakanda group, who eventually came in with their accents, because I let you know that they're not here. Those were the people that helped out. So that's what we're seeing. We're seeing selected black faces just so that we can have an avenue to cultivate their agenda, to further their own agenda. It ain't just all black people. It's this select group of black people who are furthering their cause, and they're not African Americans.
Well, the way I kind of look at that too, what I kind of see with Killmonger versus the Black Panther kind of thing, and you are 100% right about that, is that there is, I think there's this belief that African Americans are these flawed, damaged people, and that the best thing, in the tradition of racist white paternalism, the best thing they can do for us is to teach us how to be a little more civilized and how to put the past behind us, right? So, and what's interesting is that even this week I saw Nick Cannon, who was humiliated pretty badly, unfortunately, by the people that kind of run Hollywood. I saw him do an interview, and he was kind of saying, we have to get past this whole blame the white man thing. And I felt like, and I don't disagree, right?
Hold on, wait.
Nick Cannon, yeah, Nick Cannon said, but don't get me wrong, it wasn't a bad interview. I don't think Nick's a bad guy. I spent about an hour on the phone with Nick's father. I can learn a lot by listening to how your father talks, and I liked his dad, and I liked Nick. But unfortunately, Nick well, the hard part is that Nick was the wrong guy to deliver that message because unfortunately Nick is a little bit incarcerated. He's in this space where he's making lots of money playing these roles, on these goofy shows, and
a walking just sort of stereotype.
Yeah, but then on top of that, though, it's like he was humiliated. Like they really, when he did that interview with Professor Griff, where they got into this conversation about who the original Jews are, which is apparently, that's just a conversation you're not allowed to have if you're from Hollywood. You're not even allowed to ask the question. Like, remember Kyrie Irving, he just literally retweeted somebody asking the question. They punished Kyrie in the same tradition that they punished Nick. And it's kind of like sort of saying, like, look, you need to remember who's boss. So Nick submitted to that. Nick apologized repeatedly over and over again.
He's got child support payments.
Well, he does.
He got child support payments. That's real talk right there.
That's so true. I mean, I guess a lot of people would apologize to pay their child support.
He's got to survive. He's got to survive in this world.
Nick's gonna have to work till he's 112 because he got about 8.
Never stop. Ain't never gonna stop.
That man got a big family. Anyway, though, but the thing was that I felt like Nick was not the right guy to deliver that particular message about what African Americans need to do, because he's speaking from a position of what appears to be some type of servitude or something where he has to be committed to something. And so anyway, so going back though, let's go back to the whole Killmonger thing. I think with Killmonger, you're right. It does represent sort of this idea that African Americans need to get over it, that we are damaged and that we behave this way because we have refused to get over the fact that we are hurt by what others have done to us and what we do to each other. And so the idea that Killmonger was presented as the bad guy and that the Africans were presented as the good guys, and the so-called good guys end up saving the white guy.
Loyalty. Yeah.
I think there's a real message in that.
Yeah, and if you look at Black Panther 2, if we want to get into the second one, everything was, I mean, okay, I love the rise of the Black woman, but it was the rise of the Black woman to yet again save white people. And that's always been our job, is to be in this servitude role. Come on.
Boy, remember the end of the Harriet Tubman movie?
Oh God. She had to shoot the man. Well, why wouldn't she shoot him at the end? I was like,
where Harriet. Think about this. In the Harriet Tubman movie, the only person Harriet actually killed, and remember, Harriet was known for carrying the shotgun and taking people out.
Come on.
The only person Harriet killed was a black man.
She shot her. I mean, she had her gun at the white guy, and then instead of shooting, she made this stupid speech about it ain't right to enslave somebody.
Right. Like, you ain't supposed to enslave people.
That's the dumbest. Who are these writers? This is the dumbest. I could not, as an actress, I'd be done. I'm like, this has got to change. Never make it.
Well, the Harriet Tubman movie was just interesting because you could see where the writers of this film created characters specifically to pursue their agenda, right? There were two characters that we know were fictional, that we know did not exist, and that was
the gay man.
There we go. I forgot about this. So that makes it three.
Hold on.
So there was the gay guy, and remember though. Hold on, but then there was the woman where Harriet Tubman had a scene that was like a woman to woman kind of intimate scene, and then there was the big, angry, dark black man who ends up killing the black woman. And I said, this is so crazy. They literally, in the middle of this film that's supposed to be kind of historically accurate, they create black characters that fit their agendas, and they make the black man the most evil person in the movie, when you've got slave masters sitting on the other side who don't even get punished for what they did.
Now, one slave master died in that whole film. You trying to tell me, come on, not one slave master. And this ain't no hate for LGBT, for the LGBT group. This is their month, and I applaud that, because I think that that's a good thing that they have their month, by the way, boys.
Of course.
I just want to say that. But there is an agenda there, and that was the agenda. It's to feminize black men. That's
right. Well,
go ahead.
All right. Well, everybody, you're watching Pillow Talk with Dr. Boyce and Dr. Alicia Watkins. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. This is my lovely wife, Dr. Alicia. And if y'all could please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. Also, this podcast is on Spotify. So if you go to Spotify, you look up my name, Boyce Watkins, you can find us there. Also, Dr. Alicia, she sees clients on an individual basis, on a family basis. She sees couples as well. So if you're interested, you can go to coachingwithdralicia.com. That's coachingwithdralicia.com. And she has workbooks on things like financial anxiety, stuff like that. I have a new book out called The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. It's a bestseller on Amazon. So if you'd like to take a look at any of those books, feel free to go to drboycebooks.com. And if you go to drboycebooks.com, you can use the code word book club, all one word, and get 30% off anything in the store. So feel free to go in there and fulfill your educational needs. I believe deeply, and I think my wife agrees, that we should educate ourselves and each other. I don't necessarily know if the system is doing its job. So anyway, so we were talking about Kamala Harris bringing in the cast of A Different World to the White House, and she got really hammered by this. And I'm going to keep reading. I'm going to read more of the comments, baby. You want to hear some more of the comments that people made? I do. Yeah, because you know the internet's hilarious, and and they pretty much funny ones. Yeah, they pretty much went off on her. Okay, so here's some more. Someone said, You're like the special character that comes on 2 times a year on a TV show. Yeah, so
A
they said
cameo. You just make a cameo appearance. We don't really, we're not really interested in it. Just a cameo appearance. Okay.
Yeah, so I guess they're saying Kamala only pops up a couple times a year. And then let's see, there's another comment here that says the pandering is sickening. The next comment from Paris Unique Cakes says, "Girl, you've been hiding. Now you pop out with this. You put too much effort into this when you should have been trying to put out this effort into the United States. Great. This isn't good enough. You still don't have my vote." Another comment is the next one is this supposed to be Black voter outreach? No policy, just entertainment and nostalgia. So it sounds to me like there are people who are sort of they sort of see the Black community, in my view, almost like a community full of children that want to be entertained, right? And so instead of giving them actual policy or giving them something that we can really sink our teeth into, a conversation about reparations, things like that, it's like, no, let's bring the cast of A Different World and connect them, co-brand them with Kamala, and then make everyone feel like this is important. And I'm gonna tell you that in the comments, it's almost like a revolt. And I'm literally reading straight down the comments. Another one says, "Child," this is comment after comment. It's not like there's good comments in the middle of the bad. Like all of them were pretty bad. The next one says, "Child, ain't nobody seen her in 4 years. Did she pop back out with that HBCU shit? Nah, I'm good." And the next one says, "Pandering and planning all of what not to do for Black people." The next comment says, oh, let's see. The next comment is, "It's so weird how Kamala, remember she's Black only during election years." Let's see. Another one says, "Let's give Mr. Cosby his flowers for creating this." And I'm gonna tell you, I think that was a pretty heavy comment. Now, Cosby, we talked about him earlier. How did you feel the night? Remember, you know what's funny? This is why I tell you well, you know, let me just say this. I don't think that Cosby's whole reputation is gone. I think that there are pockets of society. See, what happens is we don't think that we matter. You know, we don't think that our opinion matters. Like, and I think our opinion is the only opinion that matters in certain situations. So I'm gonna tell you, you know, when I asked earlier, I said, how many of you still have, some sort of favorable opinion or respect for Cosby? Most of you said yes. You know, it doesn't mean that you think he's a great guy. You don't think he's perfect, but you know, remember that night when you and I talked to Cosby for just a few minutes. I guess he wanted to reach out and thank us because I don't know what he was thanking me for, because I didn't defend him. I just said he deserved a fair trial. I think that he was kind of railroaded a little bit because they literally broke the law to incarcerate him. So anyway, we were on the phone and our mothers got so excited.
They were
like when he called, like my mama and your mama both asked to be on three-way when
they
he
was
called,
giggling like little teenagers. I was like,
they really were.
See my mama during that time.
They really were. Your mama was excited. My mama was excited, and they didn't give a damn. Like they just kind of, I think that women of that generation, like the old school women, and shout out to Felicia Rashad as well. I think the old school women, they kind of see the nuance of it. They don't forgive the men when they misbehave, but they do kind of say, we know what the real deal is. Like we know what was going on in Hollywood. We know about, some of the stuff that they won't talk about in the media, where maybe it's not as clear cut as people want to make it out to be. We know why y'all was all kicking it in the Playboy Mansion. Right. Instead of making it like, the black man was there
for a reason.
Right. Like the black man's there because he wants to be a predator. The white woman she was on her way to the grocery store and the black man kidnapped her and took her to the Playboy Mansion. No, y'all was all up in there because y'all were doing some dirty stuff. Right. And I think it doesn't mean Cosby
back then.
Right. It doesn't mean that anybody thinks Cosby is innocent or that he didn't do some things he should be ashamed of. It just means like, come on now, y'all trying to isolate him as the only person. It's like he was the only person that did dirt in the 60s. And we know that that's not true. Remember the driver? I want you to talk about this because I've talked too much, but remember that time? I want you to describe to everybody, babe, that night you and I were in Los Angeles and we rode, we had a driver who drove for Hugh Hefner for a bunch of years. His name was David. He was a white guy. And he gave us his opinion of all the things he saw. He said, I didn't just know Hugh very well. I knew Bill Cosby very well. And he knew the women that were in the documentaries. What did he say? Go ahead, please.
He said, I've seen things and heard of things that would make Bill Cosby look like a saint. He said it's mild in comparison to what was happening in the Playboy Mansion back then. And everybody knew it. Everybody knew what was going on. When you went to the Playboy Mansion, this was going down. Like everybody knew what it was about, which is exactly what our mom said. Our mom said, why would you be there? Everybody understands what it was. Why were you there? So it's not like it was a mystery. You just kind of fell into this situation. It's like they were capitalizing off of this situation. They saw him kind of fall down, and then everybody got on a bandwagon so that they can get that money. They were looking for that paycheck. Yeah, and this is terrible because there are real cases of assault against women that we do need to acknowledge, because the Me Too movement in a lot of different ways is shed light on actual situations where women were taken advantage of. So I don't want to, I definitely don't want to sound as if women are just out for money. But I think in that scenario, it was kind of overdone. But I will tell you this, during that time when Bill Cosby was on trial, I was teaching a class to white suburban women about race issues. And all of them said, oh, this is nothing but racism. Every single one of them. There wasn't now it could be skewed a little bit because these are like different type of white people. But even they were thinking, isn't this amazing? You know, that they would actually bring down Bill Cosby and everybody else is not going down with him. All the other people that were doing it, it's nothing but racism. And I didn't say anything. I just stood in the middle of the classroom and they all talked about how the Me Too movement was weaponized against Black men.
Well,
so
let's
Well,
let's think about it like this. I'm going to say something and I'm going to question my own statement because it just came to mind, and I'm throwing it out there for us to process this because I want to encourage all of us to just be thinkers. I think it's possible that there's a big overlap in terms of who Hugh Hefner was, who Jeffrey Epstein was, who Bill Cosby is, and who Diddy is. Like, I think Diddy, Cosby, Epstein, and Hefner all had a lot in common. I think Diddy, Cosby, Epstein, and Hefner could have all partied together. Maybe they did. Maybe they did. It's possible.
Ain't no party like a Diddy party.
Right. So you saw. So yeah. Epstein got it. He paid the price for his behavior. And really, I think that there's even something deeper and more sinister going on, right? Not to feed, and I see, the name Weinstein, maybe that's another name to throw in there as well. And here you're talking about men who were all invited into the most privileged circles. You know,
Hugh Hefner is glorified. I mean, Hugh Hefner is glorified. I mean, they've done specials on him. He got roasted. Like they have treated him like a saint. And it wasn't until he died. It wasn't until Hugh Hefner passed away that now all of a sudden this Me Too movement is now being seen.
Oh, and another name I would throw in there might even be R. Kelly.
I think R. Kelly is something different.
Really? Okay.
I don't think we can really compare R. Kelly to Bill Cosby necessarily, because that's just a whole different thing that's happening. I think, R. Kelly is a tough one to defend.
I'm not defending any of them. I'm not. No. Let's just be clear. I'm not here to defend. Yeah, I'm not here to defend any of them. What I am here to talk about is the compare and contrast. And I want to ask y'all, give me a yes or no. Let's go back. Let's rewind the clock. Let's go back to 1998. And let's write down all these names. This is a thought experiment. I want everybody to go with me on this if you can. So what names we mentioned? Diddy, R. Kelly, Cosby, Hefner, Weinstein, and Epstein. So we got two Steens, a Hef, a Cosby, a Kelly, and a Diddy. So Kelly and Diddy are two entertainers, a rapper and a singer. Cosby and Hef are two OGs. These are guys that have been around for a while. And then you got the two Steens, right? So who are in a whole different community in terms of controlling, Hollywood or access or wealth, right? Could you all imagine a party in 1998 where at least 4 out of 6 of these men were at the same party. Could you imagine a party where Diddy is there, R. Kelly is there, maybe Weinstein or Epstein is there, and it's at Hugh Hefner's house?
Maybe during the time, remember he had the theme song to the Olympics? Wasn't he like, I believe he had a theme song to the Olympics.
I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. Okay, so here we go. Here we go, right? So can you imagine, like, let's say we rewound the clock 25 years. I can imagine Diddy, R. Kelly, Cosby, Weinstein, and Epstein all partying at the Playboy Mansion. Can y'all imagine this? Is that something that you think would have been possible in 1988? Give me a yes or no. I think it's possible. And here's the thing. This is what's just so interesting to me about this is that I see a lot of overlap in those guys in the sense that they were celebrated at one point. You know, I still remember when the guy from Vlad TV, Vlad, called me to warn me about being friends with Damon Dash because he said, Dame cussed out Harvey Weinstein in public, and you just don't do that because Weinstein. I said, well, who the hell's Harvey Weinstein? I don't know this guy. He said, oh, he's one of the most important people in Hollywood. I remember that conversation, and I was like, oh, that's a big deal. And Dame cussed him out because Dame saw what Weinstein was doing with women, and he didn't care. He just cussed him out in public or whatever. But my point is to say that, you know, it's interesting to me that all these guys were celebrated in the 90s. And then after 2000, their activities became unearthed because the world changed. And again, I'm not here to defend any of these guys, but here's the point I want to make on this too, though. All these men were readily accepted by everybody all the way to the top, from Oprah to the Obamas to, they could go in any circle and be friends. Sorry, I cut you off. Go ahead.
No, I was saying, those accusations about R. Kelly, I mean, he had been in and out of court. It wasn't like a secret. He had been in and out of court all the way leading up to this, all of a sudden, public display of what R. Kelly has done. Like, if we were really interested in saving Black little girls who were victimized by R. Kelly, then it would have been squashed decades ago when he was driving around Hyde Park picking up little girls at McDonald's, at that McDonald's right there. You know that McDonald's, we've been there a bunch of times, picking up little girls there. If we really cared about, those little girls who they did get used, if we really cared, we would have put an end to, he would have been locked up even back then when everybody knew what he was doing. So
do you remember 20 years ago when you and I were just friends and we didn't know we'd be married 20 years later? And I called you about R. Kelly. Remember that? And I made up that little song where I took this edition, and I wish I could find it, but I changed the lyrics. And I called you because I didn't have that many friends. And so you were one of my few friends.
You made me think, boys. I was like, oh, he's right. But that's
it was all about him picking up little girls on the playground. And she's I think I said she counts with her fingers and toes, and she's this many years old. Right? Little kids go, and you go, how old are you? And they go, this many. I wish I could find it. If I could find it, I'd read it. But even back then, like 2003, 2004, I remember being just really shocked and kind of concerned that the Black community didn't care.
Then, you were saying, Alicia, stop listening to that music. And he had the #1 hit at the time. Like, God, I don't want to listen to that music. Dang, this is playing all the time on the radio. He was the guy, the man. Everybody knew. Everybody in Chicago knew what he was doing.
Yeah, and here's the thing. This is why I think some of these documentaries where they isolate one person, like he's the only one, I think that it's a bunch of BS, because all these guys, Diddy, R. Kelly, Cosby, Hefner, Weinstein, and Epstein, had a lot of friends. They could go into any circle, hang out with any celebrity, and a lot of those celebrities partied with those guys all night long. Diddy, again, it goes all the way up to the White House. Every single one of these individuals, if I'm not mistaken, every one of these individuals has hung out with presidents of the United States. So I think that it's more like one of these things where, there's some inappropriate stuff happening, but I'm gonna tell you like this: if the conspiracy theorist in me wonders about if I categorize and sort them out, I take Diddy, Hefner, and Epstein, And based on their behavior, it would not surprise me if they did work for the government, because all three of those individuals did things that didn't make sense to me. Like, why would you just have a big house in a big place? Like Epstein had that island. Diddy had his house where people would just go in there and do God knows what. Hefner had the Playboy Mansion. Why would you have this
and they
place?
videotape.
Right.
So that tells you they're
Mm-hmm.
videotaping what's happening. Like,
Yeah,
why
I had
would
this.
you throw on a party? Okay, we're gonna have a party. We'll have a party for your birthday coming up. Like, can you imagine us inviting people over and ain't no party like a Diddy party? And I'm just videotaping everybody. Everybody gets videotaped. Like, what's the point of these parties?
Yeah, like how many of y'all in the chat? I mean, has anybody ever gone? How many of y'all go to parties to have sex? That's what's with. I don't get me. I know that that stuff's out there, and you got the swinger culture and the sex parties and all. Yeah, that's real, and I'm not judging. But most of y'all don't go to a party expecting to just be sleeping with somebody in one of the bedrooms. Like, you go to a party and maybe you hang out, you have drinks, you talk, and then you go home and you sleep with your boyfriend, girlfriend, or wife. You don't, so the idea of that you're even having a sex party is foreign for most normal people. So the fact that Diddy, Hef, and Epstein created a special space, pay attention now, a special space where they said, we want you to just let go. Just come in and just like Wonka Land, like a Disneyland for grown-ups, where you just come in here and do whatever you want. And then they got cameras set up. Oh, if that ain't a setup, I don't know what is.
Let me tell you something. There's a price for fame. And this system that puts you on top, it will chew you up and it will spit you out. And that's what happened to the black men who forget who and what they are and where they come from. And the fact that this system that doesn't need them anymore, they're done, they're useless at this point, and they're spitting them out. And it's rinse and repeat. It's rinse and repeat, boys. It is. I'm gonna tell you something. I think I figured the formula out. Now, I sent you a text today. Didn't I send you a text message today, boys? Don't be ignoring my text.
I don't remember which.
I sent you a text message, and I'm gonna tell you something. I think Cat Williams is on to something.
Oh, Cat Williams is on again.
Huh?
I said, no, not Cat Williams again.
Cat Williams is on to something when he talked about how they marry these black men off to these, oh Lord.
I think he said light-skinned, funny-faced women or something.
Light-skinned, funny-faced women. And who is Eddie Murphy now dating? Some light-skinned, funny-faced woman.
Well, she's not light-skinned. She's Australian.
Well, whatever. That's what they do. And just these weird photos. There's a bunch. I've been sending them to you boys. And I'm like, what the heck?
Maybe. I don't know about that. But let me just say this. I wouldn't be surprised.
Hold on. Wait a minute.
What?
I'm making predictions.
Out of all the 6 men, what's your prediction?
That's my prediction. That's the formula.
I don't know.
That's to let you know.
I don't get it. What is the prediction? You're not predicting anything.
My prediction is we now know who the next people on the rise are going to be.
Who?
It's going to be one of these black men who are dating these women who are dating these women.
Eddie Murphy's a legend already. I don't understand what you're referencing. You're not making sense to me, babe.
I'm saying, listen with your ears, boys. These black men. Okay, so we just laid out the formula. How you're brought into the system. It's a ritual. You're brought into this system. Cat Williams talked about it in January. He started the new year talking about this. It's a ritual where these black men are getting married off to these white women or these high yellow. You know how he mentioned, what did he say, boys? You had it. You just said it.
He said light-skinned, funny-faced women that don't talk too much.
Yes. And that's what you see. And I gotta go. But anyway, that's what you see, and that's what we're seeing now. I think that's the new formula now. That's how we can now tell who the next people on the rise are gonna be. That's how we can identify them, because their whole life, Eddie Murphy's never dated a white woman his whole life. I mean, you don't really see him that much. And then all of a sudden, there's a rash of these black men who are just dating these that are.
I chalk it up to the fact that California guys don't like black women. That's what I think. I think it's just. No, most of the black women I know in California, they pretty much say that the black men avoid them, right? And that's and I would just say, but just going back, I don't know about what you refer, like you and Cat Williams can talk about that one, but I'll just say this. I think that when you talk about Diddy, R. Kelly, Cosby, Hefner, Weinstein, and Epstein, you're talking about 6 guys who were invited into every circle, and they probably tainted a lot of people who are desperately working to make sure they're not affiliated with their relationship with these people. All these people, like I remember hearing stories about how R. Kelly would have Michael Jordan over to his house to play basketball. We know Diddy had everybody around. Cosby knew everybody. And so I think that this idea of kind of isolating people and saying these are the bad guys, everybody else is good, I don't think that that's accurate. I think that there are a lot of so-called bad guys, if you want to call it that. And I think that nuance is called for. So my summary on that would be that if you're going to talk about a different world, then you got to give some credit to Cosby. You can still hold him accountable for anything that you think he did wrong, but the man had a brilliant career. He did a lot of great things for the world, and I think he's going to have a great legacy in the black community. And I'm sick and tired of white people deciding, what the legacies of black people are going to be. Yeah, Cosby went out into that world and they lifted him up, and the same people that lift you up can tear you down. But I don't think
he did a lot for black people too. So here's my theory. I'm going to lay out my theory here. Okay. I could be stretching it. Just as successful black women have to attach themselves to white men to get their good nigga sticker, for the lack of a better term, so do black men. Black men, it's not good. You're not going to see the rise of a black man and a black woman together in their system. That's what I'm saying. You're not going to get a rise. You're not going to get the rise. And I don't know how Denzel Washington has been able to. I think Denzel Washington, I don't know how he's been able to escape it. He's been pretty squeaky clean so far. But you're not, for the most part, this is my theory, and we can test out this theory. You're not going to see the rise of a black individual unless they're hitched on to somebody who's white. That's my theory.
I can see that, right? I look at it as like you're traveling down the road, and if you have a car, you can go further and you can go faster. But it's still possible to travel without a car. You just have to walk a lot further, right? Like you do have a lot of really prominent black couples. LeBron and his wife, have done quite well. Samuel Jackson has a black wife. There are lots of black couples that get certain opportunities, but I do agree with you at the same time that when you send these signals, like you say, look, hey, my wife is white, or hey, I'm not really black, I'm African black, right? These little subtle differences that does open doors that you would not have if you are a pure African-American couple. Like Ketanji Brown Jackson would not be on the Supreme Court if she were an African-American woman with an African-American husband, because I think white America knows just how much they owe us. And they know that if you are intelligent, conscious, and black, like James Baldwin said, you have to be full of rage. If you are African-American and you are not angry about what they've taken from you, what they've done to you, he says basically something's wrong with you. Right. And so I really think that that's part of the reason why we're pushed out, because I think that there is an expectation we're going to have some anger. And truth is that we're supposed to be. When things like that are done to you, you're supposed to be mad about it. So shout out to the angry black people. I think that you have it right. Babe, I'll let you get the last word. Any final thoughts?
Well, that was my final thought. My theory that I lay out. We should do some more talks about this and to see, this is my model. And let's just pull the data in as we go along our little life, watching and observing and paying attention and using our critical thinking, our critical thinking brain. Let's see how the data fits this model.
Okay. All right. So yeah. So we can have a show, Conspiracy Theories with Dr. Boyce and Dr. Alicia. How about that? All right. So I want to say thank you very much, babe, for hanging out with me. You can follow Alicia on Instagram at Coaching with Dr. Alicia. And her website also is coachingwithdralicia.com. So if you're looking for a good therapist, she can help you. I don't know how much space she has on her calendar. You're pretty busy, I know. But you guys can go check it out. She also has classes and workbooks and things like that. We're all about healing and making yourself healthy and having healthy relationships, and also about Black people loving each other. That's what we believe in. That's what we like to do. And also, if you want to get free resources from Dr. Alicia, you can text the word love to 87948. Text love to 87948. We believe deeply in the strength of the Black family as a key and critical element for Black success and prosperity. So we don't hate anybody. I don't hate white folks. I have nothing against any other group, but I just love myself and love my people, love my family, and love my woman. And I ain't nothing wrong with that. And I ain't never going to apologize. So they just be waiting for the apology. By the way, so tomorrow morning, don't forget, we also do economic awareness training where we help you to elevate economically. So if you are into economic elevation and you want to join us tomorrow morning, the class is totally free. We've trained millions of people on how to get your economics right. You know, my PhD's in finance. Just pull out your phone, text the word morning to 87948, and I will send you an invitation to join us tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. We do this every morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. So text the word morning to 87948. Or if you live in another country and you can't do the text thing, just go to drboyceelevate.com. That's drboyceelevate.com. And G Love says, shout out to Constance Carter. Yes, that is another person that we love. So thank you all for hanging out with us. We'll be back again soon. Make sure you subscribe and thumbs up and all that stuff so you'll be connected. And we'll let you guys know when we do another one of these talks. So take care. Love you. And thanks again, babe. Talk to you later. Bye-bye.
If you are new or you do not want to miss out on anything that we do, because we are here Monday through Friday, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, text the word Queens to 87948. That is Queens with an S to 87948. Now, we're going to keep the show rolling, and I actually want to do a slight pivot, okay? I want to talk about the mindset and psychology or the dark side of wealth. And I actually want to make some parallels because it just seems like, I don't know what it is in 2024. 2024 has been dragging all of our celebrities and political figures, and everything has been coming out of the closet. So recently, former President, Donald Trump got convicted on 34 counts of felony criminal charges. And what is interesting to me is I noticed the parallel between him and Diddy is that both of them kind of move like they think that they're above the law or above the system. So to see Trump actually get, convicted in this way is personally surprising to me. I want to talk and start with you, Candace. Are there any parallels that we can draw from the Diddy situation with President Trump? Do wealthy men, regardless of industry, so in Diddy's case, music, in Trump's case, real estate, right? Do they think that they're above the
business, politics, whatever he wants to claim? Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Is he above the law? Or do those men think that they are above the law?
Yes. People with money and power, it emboldens them to believe that they are above the law, that they are godlike. They have a godlike syndrome. And then when you have the general public rallying around that notion, and it empowers them even more. And when they actually, it's proven when they actually commit crimes and get away with it, that emboldens them even more. So yes, I do believe that they believe, and men believe, and or people with money and power and control believe that they are above the law. And still neither Diddy or Trump have been held accountable for any of their criminal behavior that we have seen as of yet.
Right. And I want to talk about, I live in Palm Beach, right? So when Trump lands here, he's at the airport 10 minutes from my house. And when I drive past, he has like his base, his fans waiting for him with signs. They will stand in rain. They will stand on I-95. I have never seen this level of cold fall. Even when, Obama was in presidency, like I've never seen people react this way to a president. And I feel like with the conviction, what it's going to do is just embolden his base. But I want to pivot to you, Jade. Why do you think people like Diddy or people like Trump have this cult-like following? Do you think it's because of their money or their power? Like, what makes it so people are just like insanely enthralled with them?
Yeah, because, well, I think they're using an old playbook by this man named Robert Greene called the 48 Laws of Power, which basically teaches people how to become master manipulators. And creating a cult-like following and having people sort of look up to you as a religious figure is important for their brands, and it brings them more money. That is one thing. And then also along with that, they are narcissists, master manipulators and narcissists. And this goes back to an earlier comment that you uplifted, Athena, when you said that Cassie ran to her mom's house and then her mom sided with Diddy and told her to go back. Narcissists and master manipulators are really, really good at turning everyone else against you. And so you look up to them. And unfortunately, even when the video of Diddy abusing Cassie came out, for example, when Trump said, grab him by the pee and did all of these other things, people still sided with them because they literally live vicariously through these celebrities, and they have accepted the manufactured godlike complex that people like Diddy and Trump have created for themselves. And it's really, really sad. And then also, yes, I'm sure people are acting crazy in Palm Beach, but did y'all see the chick who was jumping up and down, flashing her boobs for Trump in front of the courthouse this week? These people are absolutely out of control. No matter how many receipts you show them, no matter how many abuse videos come out about these people, folks will make excuses for them and they'll continue to cape for them, because at the end of the day, like that book, 48 Laws of Power, says that people need something to believe in. And unfortunately, when folks are more invested in believing in the power of someone else versus their God-given inherent power within themselves, this is what we see. And we're going to continue to see more of this.
So are you basically saying they're megalomaniac versions of themselves? The following plays into it, feeds it, it makes it even worse, because they're like, oh, I have this godlike, these are my fans, these are my, So Lala,
they play into the base. These people know how to say the words that people think and are afraid to think out loud. So when they feel that this person is the emulation of what they want to be, now they become the cheerleader for that person. Okay, so this is why you see this in everyday life. They're talking directly to their heart. So if you was always a racist, but you didn't want to say nothing because you thought maybe next door neighbor might not like you, but now the next door neighbor also likes Trump. Now y'all both can get together and say the things that you've been saying in secret. This is how society works.
What I would like to share is that this program, you don't have to be educated to be into this program. It's a mindset and change your mind of your thinking. At the standpoint, I know there are a lot of people may not want to be involved because they think you have to be educated, you have to be smart, to get to be successful. But I just want to share that you have to change your mind. And my being here, it totally changed my mind. Being here, learning what I've learned, that I could be able to share to some of my family, friends, and also the community. So I encourage everyone that who don't know about this program, to get to know about it, get into it, come aboard. And I guarantee you have your mindset will change, and if you want to be wealthy, it's all up to you to do so. But I urge that anyone or anybody wants to get involved.
My name is Donna Rosby. I am from Sacramento, California, born and raised from Oakland, and I am a registered nurse. I am a member of what's called the Nursing or Real Estate Investment Club, but on the sideline, I am an investor in the stock market. So I actually have 4 investment clubs. I've been following Boyce for a few years now. I enrolled in this class. I unenrolled now because now I teach it. I actually consult with stock clubs, so I have ladies who have 4 groups now that I consult with the stock market. My clubs are very successful, and most recently I funded my first real estate club. It's called Funding the Block, and we are hard money lenders for real estate. So that's new in my genre. Me and Tasha McCrae, we do seminars. So learning about and teaching generational wealth is my forte. My 501c3 is going to be Dollars Have a Destination, which I'm going to educate children. I'm going to have a bus, and we're going to go to the cities teaching financial wealth, financial education. financial literacy. I have 3 books. Mrs. Dollar is my second name. So I've learned a lot, and I know that we have to keep this going. So making money is the easy thing. Finding money is easy for me, and then bringing people together so that other people can do the rest is what's worth. So Voice has like really pushed me over to the next stage. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Catherine Jason. I'm from Sacramento, California, and I was invited to the Freedom event by my daughter, Catherine Sylvester, and it has been absolutely wonderful. If you're looking for freedom or trying to retire, this will be a great event to engage in, to learn about finances, clearing your credit, and actually having your income to come into your life so you can help others and to leave something for your family down the line, generation.
There we go. Hi, I'm Kimberly Butler. I'm from Alexandria, Virginia, and I'm in human resources, but what I'm really trying to be is free. And I came to the Freedom School actually through Dr. Boyce Watkins, watching some of his YouTube videos and whatnot, and one day I tuned in and I found Julian, and it just reconnected me with something that I've been wanting to do for years. So I called my daughter and said, hey, how about we start doing a better job at building our, family wealth and our financial freedom. So here we are. We're having a great time, great information. So many great people have come in from all over the country, and the information is just, it's building on top of what we've learned online and otherwise. So we're really happy to be here. All right. Well, thank you so much. Thank you. All right. Can you tell the audience your name and where you come in from?
All right. My name is Kyle Dixon. I'm coming in from New York City, Harlem.
All right. What do you do?
I'm an educator. I also have my own business. I'm a co-founder and operating officer for Precise Minds Filmworks.
All right. And why did you decide to come to this event?
Well, I decided to come to the event because, Julian, the brother's amazing. He knows what he's talking about. Dr. Boyce Watkins, I follow him on YouTube and on social media. And these brothers have a lot to offer to the community as far as the information about real estate investing and just having a freedom lifestyle and investing not only in your community but really in yourself. So I had to come and see them face to face and be with other people, like-minded folks as myself, to be able to be a part of that experience and talk with them and see what ideas they have as well.
All right, and what was your experience with being here the last 2 days?
Oh man, it's been an amazing experience. I'm so glad I came. I was maybe a little hesitant at first, but I'm so glad I came because, just the knowledge and the wisdom and just the camaraderie with everyone here. Not just Dr. Boyce, not just Julian, but everybody met here from people from New York, people from Chicago, Las Vegas, Houston, Nashville, California, and we're all just here to really see each other succeed. That, you need those things, and it just breaks the narrative that black folks can't work together. We're doing that. We're working together, and we want to see each other be their successful selves and invest towards their freedom. And it's just a beautiful event. I advise anyone who's thinking about coming to the next one that they definitely need to come down here. And we got a chance to go into the second line. We had our second line. Oh man, that was my Sunday right there. I'm good.
All right, thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
My name is Lori Mile. I'm from Ann Arbor, Michigan. Go Blue. I'm a an entrepreneur. I do Amazon selling and I do some Uber driving.
Okay, well tell us why you're here today and what you look to get out the weekend.
I came to find freedom. Find the road to freedom. That's what I'm looking for. And I believe Julian is going to help me make that transition.
Okay. And what do you think about the event so far?
Love it. I've enjoyed it. So much information. I'm gaining knowledge. I just have enjoyed it immensely.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much, Lori.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Hi, I'm Monique Lyons. I'm from Alexandria, Virginia. I'm in the spirit of generational wealth. I came down with my mom to New Orleans. It's been a great experience. She's the one who introduced me to the whole Freedom School and the webinars and getting on track in terms of growing my wealth. So far, the day has been great. A wealth of information on growing your wealth, returns on investment. I'm excited to get back home so I can figure out what the next step is. So doing this with my mom is probably also valuable to me because it's something we get to build together. So I'm excited. I definitely recommend it. So good luck to everyone and start growing that wealth.
My name is Olivia Mitchell, and I came here because I wanted to invest in myself. And by investing in myself, I feel like I'm also invested in my family. And I think over the course of these past 2 days, that's been ingrained in me from Julian's words, from Dr. Watkins' words, and it's going to be extremely valuable for me throughout this next decade, really, not even the next year. I'm thinking further and farther and beyond what I did before. I feel like my mind has been open, my perspective has been shifted, and I'm open to doing things differently than what I've been taught previously. So I'm going through an unlearning and expanding my horizons.
Hey man. My name is Robert Porter, and I'm here with my wife. I just wanted to let you know that you were awesome yesterday.
So Nicole Compton.
Nicole, you was just awesome. You got me thinking on how to set my estate now and how to start planning for my investment. You know, right on. We will be in touch with you. That is for sure. Bless you for everything you're doing. Thanks so much.
All right, my name is Ronnie Carter. When I first joined the group, I put a contract on a fourplex, closed on it, got 4 units, 4 people in there, and then I just I put in a contract, I put offers in for several other properties. I just got one accepted for a duplex. So I'm hoping to close that within the next maybe 30 days. So that's fresh. I got a couple other offers out there too. So this is what I've learned through the program, and just asking questions to like Facebook and other platforms we have. Man, I'm on fire. I'm hitting it heavy. So I'm looking to hit that million soon.
All right, what did you think about the event this weekend?
The event this weekend was amazing. It really has something for everybody, no matter what their level is, their exposure to real estate, personal finances, and business finance. So, I mean, it was really good. Nothing like being around like-minded people. So it was great. I love it. I can't wait till next year or whenever the next one is.
All right, thank you so much, man.
Thank you, man.
What's your name and where you coming in from?
All right, my name is Shadrika Jackson. I'm a native New Orleanian, but I'm now residing in Houston. So for this particular experience, I'm looking forward to becoming an investor in the Houston area for now, and maybe the area of New Orleans later.
What made you choose to come to this event?
Coming to this event is very inspiring. After having experienced the event that you hosted back in September, it was another opportunity for me to get some questions answered, for me to get some clarity on some things as it relates to changing my financial mindset, investing in my future through the 3 pillars of wealth that you mentioned and you teach in your program. So it's another opportunity to be surrounded by like-minded people.
All right, and what did you get out of your experience this past 2 days?
Oh my gosh, there were so many ahas in this particular program, but just the idea that I have to change my mindset in terms of when you're thinking in investing in real estate or even in investing in the stock market, you have to get away from what it looks like on the outside and look at its true potential. And what its true potential will be able to do to affect your life financially, and then allow you to affect generations that come after you.
All right. Well, thank you so much for being here, Shadrika.
Thank you for your time.
Bye-bye.
Sean and Latanya Arthur, Charlotte, North Carolina. Why we came to the event, we joined back in July.
Probably around July.
Yeah, and we saw something in the whole program itself, because we needed to change one, but we saw the promise in it, in doing something different and thinking different and being different and approaching money differently. And so we decided to come out to the event to kind of get around people like mine, and it's been phenomenal. You know, we have a plan now approaching how we go back, the things that we do, the next steps, and so this has just been great. So thank you, Julian and the crew. Really appreciate you, and we're looking forward to working with you guys further.
All right. Thank you so much.
It's not about billions and billions of dollars. Hey, that would be nice too.
but it's about getting yourself in a position where you own something that you can actually get off the plantation and start living the life you want to live. I would recommend to everybody, go to the Black Business School, check out the multifamily movement, all the courses that Dr. Boyce Watkins offers. You will not be disappointed. Freedom!
All right, how are you doing? My name is Aaron Dorsey from Chicago, Illinois. I am a electrical engineer in the power industry, and one of the things that we learn in undergrad in a profession, or either being a teacher or a 9-to-5 professional, we learn how to work for others, but we don't learn how to work for ourselves, and take the things and the skills that we built into our 20s, and once we get into this brave new world, how to basically build for our families, for our communities, and the things that are going on here with the multifamily movement, with the Black Business School, are giving us the additional tools to empower ourselves, the things that we didn't get, that should have been implemented into our psyche, into our being earlier on, to give us a lot more autonomy, power, and essentially that time, freedom to do the things that we would love to do, the things that we're naturally born to do, to create, to live in truth. So that's what this entire process means to me, and I'm glad to be here.
Okay, hey, my name is Avis Blackwell. I live in the Bay Area in California, and I actually follow Boyce Watkins on Facebook. I kind of keep track of what he's talking about. That's when I was introduced to Julian. And I just thought, boy, he's somebody I need to get on board with. Everything he said, I absolutely agreed with. So when this seminar came up, I immediately put my money on it, because I thought this will be a good time for me to kind of meet other people and see what they're talking about and what they're doing. This has been the most fantastic. This has been the most fantastic experience, and it lets me know that I'm moving in the right direction. This is mostly for my daughter and my granddaughter. I want to set them up for future, for them to live well in the future and not be strapped down to a job like I have my whole life. So I'm very excited. I have met so many fantastic people. This whole thing has been unbelievable. I am so happy I'm here.
All right, can you tell us your name, where you coming in from, and what do you do for a living?
My name is Chris Chappelle. I come from Hammond, Louisiana, and I'm an assistant professor at Southern University.
Okay, perfect. And why did you decide to come to this event?
Because I wanted to be around like-minded people who not only have a passion for real estate, but also come in and knowing that I'm going to gain the knowledge base that I need and connect with people from all over the country. I promise you, this is an absolutely wonderful event, one of the best that I've ever been in my life, and I've gained so much, and I'm energized to go back and share this with my family and the rest of my community.
All right, thank you so much.
Thank you.
My name is Christina Williams, and I'm from the Tampa Bay, Florida area. Why I came to the event, because I thought this was like exactly what I needed. It's a confirmation of moves I need to be making in my life and letting go of fear, and just deciding to make the changes right now. And what was the other?
What did you get out of the event?
What did I get out of the event is changing my mindset. Being around like-minded people, and I know that I am a big fish in a small pond, and this is confirmation that I need to be around people that are in the same mode of thinking, because that's going to help me go to the next levels and let go of the things that are holding me back. So it was a pleasure.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
All right. Can you tell us your name and where you're coming in from?
My name is LaTanya Arthur. I go by Coach T, and I'm coming in from Charlotte, North Carolina.
And why did you decide to come to this event?
I came because there's nothing like being in the room. We're on social media and we're making connections. However, when you get inside the room and you feel the energy of everyone moving in the same direction, there's nothing else like it.
All right. And what did you take away from the event?
What I took away from the event is we already own a single family property, and we've got some equity in it. And subconsciously, I think we've been just sitting on it, not wanting to take it out. And after listening to Julian on the stage, it's like, what are we waiting for? Pull the trigger, take the money out, and have it work for you. So that's the biggest aha is, we're ready to move forward.
All right. And would you recommend this event to anyone in the future?
Listen, you better get here. You better get here. Absolutely. It is a must see, like a major event. You get here.
All right. Thank you so much.
All right.